Some of you might be tired from the Super Bowl. We're here to bring you back on another good sporting event, but this time esporting event. Many teams are looking to claim more wins as we get into that mid part of the season where it starts to kind of feel the playoffs vibe. I'm J-Real, I'm joined by BlackBloxer and Recollect for his first time on the show, I do believe. Welcome in, and how you guys been?
So good, so excited to be back. Like, these replay games have at least given us some time to really think about what's been happening with these teams and slow down a little bit with the season, which I think has been quite nice, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really cool to get the chance to step in and see a region that I haven't had a chance to see for a very long time, and we're actually exciting as part of the season, aren't we? We're pretty far in now with a couple of teams coming out flawless. It's going to be exciting to see what happens in these next couple of games.
Yeah, we're kind of edging close to that second round robin stage, right? With 6 games in, one more after this, and then we do go on to the repeats, right? And I do feel like there's been a lot of changes for a lot of teams. I feel like there's been ebb and flows. I feel like teams have grown, that some have like not found the success, but they're kind of getting closer and closer and closer. A couple of teams picking up their first wins. But let's get into the standings, right? Let's have a little look at where people are sitting as we do move in to the 6-day day of games. Mad. Anyway, Lions Creek though, Venom Crest sitting very much at the top, right? Very, very strong. They are looking pretty undefeatable at the moment. Lions Creek taking a win off of Ruddy last game day. Strong showing, right? Ruddy have looked very, very solid themselves, but the fact that LCA and Venom Crest are both still sitting at the top undefeated is a big sentiment in itself. And if we look at the bottom of this table, Paragon and Verzik finding their first wins in the last game day there. So they're starting their ride through the rankings, and we'll see if they can start to pick up a few more wins to get them close towards that playoff spot, because right now it feels like there's everything to play for, right? 4 teams that are 1-4. It doesn't really get that much closer than that as we talk about a couple of other ones, right? DMG not having the greatest of time, and Venom Crest just looking absolutely sublime last game day. It is still all to play for, and I feel like teams can really switch it around. But let's bring it back to us. Let's talk about today. Let's get into what is going to happen on today's games. First off, Ruddy going to be stepping forward to take on DMG. Ruddy obviously losing last game day. That might hurt, that might sting a little bit. We'll see if they've made adaptations. But before we talk too much about Ruddy, let's have a look at DMG. Let's bring up this roster and let's see who we are watching today. And Bloxer, I want to get your kind of take on DMG, right? Because I feel like we've seen them have a lot of different looks. And last game day against Paragon, it was a very messy game where they lost at the end because they just could not close out a win.
Yeah, it was a super messy one. It went really, really long, which isn't something that we've been seeing from DMG. Unfortunately, they've been losing a lot of their games quite early on, and it just feels like this team doesn't quite know how to play around itself. You know, individual players have been popping off, having really impressive performances. It was a different mid laner last week, so that has been a change right here, but that mid laner, Ginger Army, was doing really, really well for himself, got a massive individual lead on the Blanc, but wasn't able to quite convert that into an actual victory with the team. And that's just the thing with these guys. They need some more time to really get their feet back under them. But you've still got the second round robin. You've got today and then a whole nother round robin, another crack at all of the other teams that you have fallen down to previously. So I don't see DMG as being out of the fight, but they really need to clean up the way that they play around each other and the way that their team fights look.
Yeah, and I believe that actually there is also some interesting news going into this matchup, right? Because you'd think on paper, all right, Ruddy have won 4, DMG only won 1. They're matching in terms of they're on opposite sides of the scoreboard. But actually, these two played very recently, Recollect. They actually played about 3 days ago in the Open Qualifiers. And I believe we have a VT to run for that because surprisingly, for many, I would say, DMG actually picked up the win.
Yeah, I mean, DMG, surprising many, as you say, picking up that crucial win. It's going to really sort of paint an interesting picture as we go into this sort of fresh series now. Are they able to sort of maintain the momentum going into this fresh sort of series, or is it going to be some more, should we say, expected results from Ruddy? Because whilst we do talk about DMG, obviously Ruddy only losing the one game to a team that is flawless is obviously something that you can't subtract from. I wonder how much of it was overconfidence and how much of it is this new roster now stepping up and finding their feet.
Yeah, and I'd also like to bring up the concept of obviously knowing your opponents, right? Lions Creed, previously known as the Cabbage family, have played against Ruddy in a lot of tournaments. These players know each other very well. They've got a very, very long history of playing each other at multiple different stages of their own careers. So I feel like they know each other very well. So in my eyes, it's almost like a very different game when those two teams step on the rift against each other. Whereas there now is that little bit of familiarity between DMG and Ruddy. They played each other recently. Have Ruddy made those changes? Have they kind of learned from what they're doing? And are they going to change things around? But let's have a look at the roster, because today, Ruddy are bringing a little bit of a different roster to the board, right? We've got Adam Wodo coming in on the top lane. Akaz has moved down into the mid lane, and Peru is coming in for Brexit, whose name is Crisis. And I don't know why I called him by his league name there, Bloxer. But talk to me about how these changes affect.
Like that league name, it will get you every time because it is the
Every
funniest
time.
thing. Akaz into the mid lane is wild because Akaz has been one of the standout performers on Ruddy for the past couple of seasons for them. Has really been able to pop off on a lot of high impact champions, plenty of Cassantes and Renekton's. Sort of champion where you're not looking to necessarily get individual kills, but really be a disruptor in the backline of big team fights. So does that style translate over to the mid lane? The current mid lane pool of champions that we have indicates to me that that might well be the case. You don't necessarily have to pick yourself up really explosive champions like the LeBlanc, the Syndra, those kind of things. You can take slightly more controlling mid laners, perhaps, like the Karma. That's been floating around a lot. So if you want to continue playing that style, I think that this is a pretty good patch to do so on. The thing that I think is most important here, obviously, you don't know who some of these players are. It'll be interesting to see how they perform up against DMG. But the core of Ruddy, this bot lane, Sim and Jansu, who are, I would easily say, the best players on this team, are still here. But, as we were talking about like in the pre-show, DMG, when they faced up, really tried to shut down Sin and Jamsu, and if you can do that, that is a way to beat this team. But if you let Sin and Jamsu get a little bit of a lead, they will absolutely run away with it, and the fact that they are still here, the core of Ruddy is still here, means that this team is definitely still as terrifying as they have been in those four victories that they've gotten for themselves already.
Yeah, and we talk about, does a top lane champion pool go well in the mid lane? Well, Keswa's kind of been playing everything. So I feel like Ruddy have got some way of working in anything to their comp, so I'm not worried. Like, he's played Aatrox in the mid lane recently, so I feel like Aka's moving down there. It's not going to be the craziest shock that we've seen on Ruddy's pick list. But recollect, we talk about that bot lane. Let's roll the VT from the game against Lions Creed, which was their strategy as well, right? Bloxer said playing around Sin, trying to get them behind. Well, Lions Creed employed that, and they won. So is this kind of the way to just beat Ruddy?
I mean, it's definitely an option. I mean, we are looking at a dive that obviously is misplayed here. The heal isn't utilised to keep the Milio alive in the end. And there were some misplays coming through on both sides, obviously getting caught out several times. You have to wonder how much of that, as I say, was overconfidence, as we've said previously. Combine that with the fact that Porp is very, very good at what he does. It's always going to make your life a little bit harder. But honestly, I think that you can always play through this sort of Ruddy bot side. It just really depends on how well they are targeted. And on the subject of targeting, with all these changes, you have to worry about things like communications as well, right? Are they going to change who is going to be your primary shot callers? Is it going to affect your general map movements and macro decisions? I think this is just as important a question as is the champion pool-based interesting sort of aspects that come from these role swaps. Like, is it going to affect the actual comms and overall decision-making? It remains to be seen.
Yeah, and I think also another question for me is that it's how you want to play the map as well, right? We talked about it a little bit earlier when we talked about DMG, how they played against the side of Paragon, and Paragon got a very good bot lane lead. DMG had solo laners winning. Whether you want to play around Grubs or Dragon, I feel like also kind of changes where you want to play the map. Obviously, it does feel like in this new season, we can kind of play around a lot more different lanes. It's not just about getting one bot lane focused and then snowballed. You can still play to your top side. So I do wonder if Ruddy have kind of acclimatized to maybe not playing around Sin so much, or maybe they have a backup plan for how to get out of that situation. But either way, let's get into the tough question, right? Who do you think is winning this game, right? Do you think it's Ruddy? Do you think it's DMG? Bloxer, you can kick us off first.
Oh, I have a lot of faith in the members of Ruddy, but the fact that they've moved around their composition this much and are coming off of a loss to Lions Creed and to DMG just makes me feel like DMG have a little bit of the momentum right now, and this is the point at which teams who have been struggling for that synergy can begin to turn it back on. So I'm gonna go out on a bit of a limb here, and I'm gonna agree that it is a limb and say that I think DMG might be able to take it.
Okay, Recollect, are you following suit?
So I think the Bloxers make a lot of good points, and generally I do agree. I think that the communication issues could be disadvantageous for the side of Ruddy. However, I'm not going to follow that. I don't follow that. The way I think things are going to go is Ruddy is going to come into here. They're going to go, oh, we lost to Lions Creed. That sucks. I don't want to be the worst sort of team. We're not going to go on a losing streak here. We're just going to beat every single team from here on out. So we're going to start with you guys, and this is how this is going to go down. It's going to be an easy sweep out from Ruddy.
No, I also feel like, well, I think maybe I'm biased a little bit on the Ruddy train, right? I feel like I'm going to say Ruddy up, But at the end of the day, there is a world where DMG could be snowballing. They could be starting to get a little bit better, but we'll have to see. So with that being said, let's bring up the draft. Let's have a little look at what we're going to expect. And we'll have to say, apologies, we're not going to get the draft in terms of like, we get to see one pick then the next. Obviously, we are just going to get the full draft. But this is how it was in draft order. So looking at it though, Zac top, I feel like so big in the meta right now.
It's so strong. It's so tanky. It's the kind of thing that the K'Sante used to be giving you, which, to be fair, we've got a K'Sante on the other side. So these top laners, both of them, are pretty much unkillable. You have to pour a lot of damage in. You do have that Vayne, which is going to make it a lot easier to get through something really tanky like the K'Sante. So this Zac is going to be just a nightmare to deal with. Incredibly tanky, just gets to sit in the backline and he heals for so much. Picking up those blobs is a way to just keep the Zac playing for the longest period of time. You've got a lot of poke too. Wait. It's not
Zac jungle.
It's the Zac jungle, you're right.
I just started looking at them and I was like, Tristana, Vayne, wait. Okay, Jason Gragas. So is it okay? We don't know where they're going actually. Who is the jungle? Is it Zac or is it Gragas? That's a big question. I feel like it's probably Gragas.
I mean,
right? It's Gragas top. Okay, so it is going to be Zac jungle.
Jungle.
A bit of a switch up. Does that kind of change how you feel about the draft in general now?
A little bit. I prefer it top at the moment. I think that the jungle can be really good, but I think that the Zac jungle is really good into those more aggressive picks, where you can just constantly be their second. I think Zac is absolutely best at being second to any given gank, leaping over into the backline as the gank is already happening, and just disrupting something like a Viego, a Vi, a sort of any of those pickups. Those are where I think the Zac in the jungle is the best. I think Zac top just gives you so much more, but then again, I like when the Gragas is in the meta. I think that can still give you that tankiness with that extra bit of AP damage that this composition does desperately need. It's just into a Sejuani, I think you have a little bit less of the prio of trying to disrupt, because Sejuani also quite likes a counter gank. Neither of these junglers really want to be the first one there, but whoever's going to get there first should still be able to get a lot done. There's a lot of CC sort of in every lane at the moment.
And I guess the big question from me to you, Recollect, is DMG have a pretty standard comp, right? Sejuani, K'Sante, Azir, and they've drafted Zeri with Yuumi, which I feel like has kind of been forgotten.
Yeah, so obviously the main advantage to something like this Zeri Yuumi lane is sort of twofold. The first is its safety. It's very hard to kill a Zeri Yuumi when you have things like the dash over the wall with your little backpack buddy in the backside to make sure that you can't get caught. Combine that obviously with the long range aspects you get from hitting front to back team fights, and obviously when you look at this kind of composition that requires catching through low range based engage options aside from the Zac, but obviously that doesn't matter because Sejuani just uses Q to interrupt Zac and it's relevant. So it creates some issues for the blue side in terms of engaging. So this sort of bot side combo is very good for that sort of front to back style, which to me then makes me paint a picture of how the game is going to go out. If you can't get bot side and you have a Sejuani with a melee, I'm expecting damage to go towards the top side. Target this Gragas as best you can. Just be wary of obviously the mid lane priority issue with Tristana having perma shove thanks to bomb.
Okay, fair enough. So with that being said, Bloxer, any final points you want to say on the draft? Like, is there anything that you're maybe like a little bit surprised about?
I'm surprised by that Zeri Yuumi. You are right with that one. I'm surprised by that. Tristana mid, when you've also got a Vayne, means that you are very heavily leaning into that AD damage, which doesn't necessarily have to be an issue, but when there are quite a lot of tanky champions on DMG, it makes that calculation quite easy. I think if in a situation where you start to fall behind with this Gragas, you're going to be lacking AP quite heavily, so you really need to be careful to not fall too far behind. But overall, I think that both of these compositions are really leaning into what the new meta looks like for us, and I quite like them. I think that neither has some glaring weakness, so yeah, I'm just excited to see these games happen.
Okay, with that being said, any final points from you, Recollect, before we throw it towards game?
hopefully Vayne doesn't get caught or the game becomes difficult. Let's do this, guys.
Okay, well, with that being said, I believe we are ready to throw into game. So let's bring in Rev. Let's say goodbye to the desk, and you're staying with me because I'm also play-by-playing today. So with that being said, let's get ourselves into the casters booth and bring us one step. Rev, are you here? Are you ready to go through this game with me?
I am fully ready. I am hyped. I'm keeping my fingers crossed because I've already cursed 2 broadcasts. Let's not do this again, guys. Let's have a beautiful day.
No, indeed. Well, we're underway, right? It should be all good. Fingers crossed, as you said. Are you a little bit surprised by the draft at all from either side?
Well, honestly, I am really surprised about the first picking Yumi because it's even if you go towards the Zeri Yumi, I think you should keep it well hidden in your pocket and then go for it being like, hey, we actually trained for this and we have this secret weapon coming back from the dead where it should have stayed. And also, I want to agree with the point for the Zac. I feel like top lane is his natural place at the moment. He has such a nice trading pattern, and with Gragas being nerfed from last year, with his healing being cut down quite a lot from the passive cooldown, I think that the switcheroo would have provided way more to your front line. The Zac being tankier, he having more points into his W so that he can deal max HP damage and being an overall nuisance.
Well, we'll see how this one works out. Obviously, Zac in the jungle, I feel like it has been a while. It's been a while since that's kind of been popular at all. So we'll see if that maybe also gives a little bit of an edge towards the side of Ruddy, you know, having something that's a little bit less predictable. But then I guess from the flip side, DMG obviously having that Zeri, how much damage does Zeri do anymore, right? I feel like it's kind of a question that is not particularly known as the answer, but we'll find out surely. And pretty shortly, I imagine, as we are going to see a little bit of early play there. DMG getting that ward in, but nothing too crazy. No invade's going to occur as both tank top laners. I feel like we're going to be looking at this top lane a lot, Rev, and just seeing a lot of fighting and not a lot of dying.
Yeah, it's the classic wet noodle fight. And as I like to say, if you're going to go to a fight, never wet your noodle, guys. You might have a very fragile noodle, but at least it stinks when you hit the enemy with that. So that's a strat for you. 1-hit KO and then run, maybe. But yeah, on the other hand, what is the strat right now for DMG? They do tend to have a very nice late game. They have the 2 frontliners, long range backline, which is kind of hard to catch because, you know, Azir has the 3-man shuffle, the shifting sands, the Zeri 5,000 movement speed and whatnot. But thing is, will your frontline survive? Because on the other side, I see a Vayne. And when a Vayne can have a chill time in the laning phase and not get harassed, she usually tends to maul those tanks. Like level 5 W, it's, if I'm not mistaken, 15% max HP damage or something like that.
Because I'm thinking that as well. I'm a little bit like, okay, we see a little bit of trading there, but that's expected. We talked about that earlier. And I'm kind of thinking, if both teams are just like, you know what, we can just scale. We're not going to really play much till 20 minutes. Like, we could get that game because, look, Tristana Vayne, as you said, late game machines. Azir Zeri, very good in the late game. So I do feel like there's a little bit of an angle where both teams could be quite happy with the game being neutral for a while. But I kind of want to see, with that perspective, like, do we maybe not see too much action on the neutral objective side? Because the junglers are pathing opposite to each other right now.
Yeah, it could be just handshaking. You get the grabs, I get the first Drake, then I get the grabs because I don't want to give you the mites, then you get the second Drake, and just switching up objectives until 20-25 minutes into the game. But in the end of the day, it's always going to go towards the double ADC side. I think it's way easier for the Tristana to push a side lane, to threaten up your turrets, to take more plates, take more gold, and accelerate themselves. So maybe DMG should try and find some angles. The Sejuani, yes, it's a defensive Sejuani. You don't have a lot of melees to play with, so you're not gonna be proccing the Permafrost passive a lot this game, but you should be looking into interrupting some jumps from the Tristana, or trying at least to find a counter gank to try and even out the state for the Azir, because yes, it's a hyper scaling beast, but it needs a little bit more time to scale. His mana is limited in the early game. His wave clear, yes, it's nice, but it's not quite up there as the Tristana with a explosive charge or whatever it's called.
Yeah, the Emperor works best when he has a group of soldiers, not just the ones from the Sands, but also the surrounding team members. And right now, it's very relaxed, right? We've seen a little bit of trading in the mid lane there. We've seen Aka's kind of pushing this in and getting a little bit of chip on that tower, starting to try and get that extra gold, but then getting traded on. So all in all, it's been quite a quiet first 4 minutes, nothing too crazy. And as we kind of talked about, I imagine it will stay similar. Is there anything that you're kind of looking for item-wise? Do you feel like there's maybe any new items you might see? Do you think like maybe AP Gragas could be even on the table?
Ooh, that could be the case actually, but I'm not very much a fan of AP Gragas. I've seen a lot of, the Seraph's embrace into the Road of Ages or into a Hextech, but now that you're not really limited into one of those two, you can go into both of those angles, but you're kind of sacrificing something. Will you ever get an edge by building AP? That's the question I'm asking myself. And when I'm looking at the K'Sante and thinking of the kind of Krukern and whatnot that he's going to be building early on in the game, then the answer should be a definite no. Will you be one-shotting the Zeri? Most likely no as well, because the Zeri always kind of finds her way into the meta when she has an off-tank build, and now I think the experimental Hexblade is her build as well, giving her a little bit more HP, which gives Yuumi the chance to help her survive, then make her unkillable. She stacks up the movement speed, and you never catch her again. So is there really any point of not going full tank?
I'm a little bit surprised by this, by the way. Meowsen has just gone straight for the dragon, level 4, but is now down a level. And here we go. There's the jump in. It's so easy. The stun, the knock-up, and the freest kill of Sin's career is going to be handed on a plate. BBXN will flash away the Ignite taking over. But Ruddy, they just walk in, pick up a kill for free, and can just leave with total lane domination now as well. And BBXN might not be out just as yet. They are trying to walk away from this one, but Zac trying to close them down. We're actually going to get that kill in the bot lane as well, and it might be 3 Rev. This could be disastrous. 3-0 to Ruddy in what I would call almost the freest kills of their career.
Yeah, the Zac early game power spike is huge right now. He gold the enemy, they were already leashed by the Drake, so it's everything for Ruddy that they ever wished for in the early game. Vayne got a kill, and if she hadn't got that terrific accident on the freeway, in the Drake pit where she hit the wall, she could have gone away with a triple kill, and I think that would be kind of game over. You have your Vayne being accelerated into the game. You only have to deal with 2 frontliners. The K'Sante will never be able to tank a Vayne, especially after the all-out. Yes, you get all the shields. Wait, there's a guy.
We're not done just yet. Let's bounce. It's going to be utilized in early on, trying to get this kill. Is it? He's going to go pretty low. Not going to go down just yet, but Peru is still down to 5 for this one, though. Cell Division is going to be procced as Meowsen trying to get that extra bit of damage as they're doing so much, and it's causing Akaz to have a bit of a tough time here. The bomb is on the Azir, the barrels roll out, the flash away, doesn't manage to survive, but it will be a 2-for-1 at the moment. Meowsen paying for their sins of earlier. They will be able to bring a little bit of gold back, but they got all of the kills, which I feel like still works out in Ruddy's favor.
I also don't know what happened with Tristana W, but wait, Zeri deals so much damage. What the actual heck?
Yeah. I like that you corrected the potential phrase there, but I do agree, right? We saw a little bit of a different switch up, right? Dragon play didn't go too well. I like the DMG said, okay, we're still going to go for the play. Meowsen goes straight for the grubs, gets all 3, and then we see a bit of a scrappy fight in that mid. Now, obviously, Akaz did get a kill there, so it is going to boost them a little bit. I feel like they are slightly up in that respect over the Azir. Obviously, as they're having a bit more farm, it's probably pretty equal. But all in all, I feel like Ruddy's still having a lot of control, and I do wonder how much more impact Meowsen needs to have before they can start giving it back to DMG's favor.
Yeah, and also, how are you gonna deal with the Vayne once again? Because both of those kills went into Meowsen. He's just a tank. He will really need to try and accelerate his lanes in the next 12 to 15 minutes so that they can take the heavy burden out of his shoulders. And he really needs to just start power ganking. Where? That's a good question. You can gank mid whenever Azir has that Emperor's Divide. You can always gank the Tristana lane, or even try and capitalize onto the bottom lane, because I see Jamsu trying to roam. That is the Rel playstyle. That is always the engage support playstyle. You're trying to enable the whole of your map, not just the bottom lane. But every time that he's gone from bottom lane, I see the Zeri Yuumi getting a little bit more of an advantage back.
Well, we talked about getting this gank Here comes Meowson trying to get onto this one, as we do see lands at the Frozen Tomb. Is it going to be enough though? Just able to survive. Sin still alive, but needs to be careful. Yuumi looking for that kill, but now the damage is raining in. Let's bounce. Zac just doing absolutely masses, and they are going to be able to pick up 3 kills with back line. Here comes Azir. Can Ginger Army make something happen? Gets knocked up. Empress Divide not going to catch out Sin, and again, call between 4. It's a triple kill to the Vayne, and you said if it happened earlier, it'd be GG. Is it GG now, Rev?
Yeah, I feel it's kinda GG. If you cannot kill Vayne right now with a Zeri level 6 power spike, if you cannot get that successful gun because you hit the Frozen Tomb, you hit everything on top of Sin, but he still survived, it's kinda over because the Vayne can build tankier. The base damage that she gets just from spending ability points, it's insane, so you not having an advantage over her, it's kind of Jover. And saying that, I also kind of take a glance at the goal differential. It's already close to 4k. It's really hard to come back from that. You'll need 20 more minutes of gameplay.
And we talked about how both these teams have really good scaling lineups, right? But the issue is if you start to give over these big leads, how are you going to come back? Because they're also going to be just scaling, and if they're one step ahead of you, well, it takes a big mess up on Ruddy's part for the side of DMG to kind of claw those leads back. But we'll see if they can, right? At the moment, it feels like Peru is just that one step ahead of the Sejuani, and it might be showing itself again as BBXN getting caught once more. The knock-up is there, going to be able to flash away, but gets pulled back. The stuns are here, the damage follows, and another kill to Sin. That's number 5. And it is a tough time for the bot lane, but they do make something happen in the top, right? Finally, we see Uak pick up a kill. Obviously, we saw the Tristana swap with the Gragas, and it has led to a little bit of potential play as Meowson now going to be going onto those grubs.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted from Meowson, but on the other hand, Peru is just an absolute smurf now, right? He's chilling in Smurflow, he's doing whatever he wants, walking over vision, nobody ever realizes because he's green and the map is green, it seems, and he's fighting all of those ganks. 100% kill participation, and that's 9 kills in 11 minutes. He's getting all those slingshots in, he's being patient on the trigger finger. It's just an excellent game, and now it's dive o'clock, I think.
Maybe that is the key. Maybe more junglers need to do that. You know, just pick a champion that just blends into the environment, right? Like, don't play Evelyn. Just play someone that looks like the Rift, and then you'll be fine. As we're seeing Peru looking for another gank. The slingshot does have quite big range, so might be able to go for it, but is on a ward. They are going to find that the Zac is there, but Peru doesn't care. Peru's just walking them out and giving Sin time on these towers. That's going to be more gold in their pockets. And this gold lead is going to start to get a little bit out of hand if they can open up that bot lane and move their bot lane around. If Sin and Jansu can start taking that mid and pushing other towers, I feel like it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, and on the one hand, yeah, you're sharing speed, you're sharing the tower plate gold, but on the other hand, you're denying all of that from the side of the Zeri. She's lagging behind, 20 CS behind, a level behind. All of those extra stats are gonna mean a lot of things come later in the game because, oh, wait.
Ooh, here we go. Magnus Storm to get BBXN. There is the stun as well. The condemn, just too much, and Nep trying to survive. Tower is going to be doing its best to try and help out, but another kill to Sin. We'll see if Ginger Army can change that. There's the sweep. Going to be able to get 1. We'll get 2 as well. Both bot lane members have fallen down, and now Akers could be the next on the list, but Buster Shot will buy a little bit more time. We'll get away from the Emperor. And a good recovery there for DMG, but again, is it a little bit too late?
It is a little bit too late, but I think that is a silver lining because, yes, you're missing one of your hypercarries. Zeri right now is definitely offline, out of the game. She's gonna need like a whole ARAM to be played before she can be a champion ever again, but you're getting some things on Azir. He's 20 CS ahead, and he's actually 1.5 item in.
Here comes the battle of the tanks in the top side. A lot of damage is being dished out from Ruddy, but nothing going to be yielded from it. As it does feel like, you know what? Belgian Army is starting to make a few plays, right? The Azir definitely could be a promising moment for them. They could potentially start to sway some of these fights again, because Sin, as we said, is the danger man. If you catch out this Vayne, it really does put the whole game on its head. And we talked about it in the pre-game, focusing Sin, trying to get them behind a very, very key synopsis that we saw that happened from LCA, right? They were able to find and put behind the ADC of Ruddy, and then they could play the game out from there. But this time around, Sin, big gold lead, looking very strong. But if they can start shutting them down in team fights, maybe, Rev, there's a chance for DMG.
Yep, there was a solo ball in the top lane. We kind of missed it. The K'Sante is doing just K'Sante things. But yeah, I completely agree with you. If you shut down Sin, then it's fine. He's doing really nicely. And Zeri will get away. Most likely not. There's a teleport. Maybe.
Ooh, Peru might be caught here though. Actually going to go back in. Doesn't really have much else option. Let's Bounce was utilized and has been split in Spell Division, but that is going to be a nice gift handed over to DMG. And I feel like DMG kind of sticking to the story of what we had from their last match day, right? Solo lane is doing pretty well. Bot lane not able to keep up.
Yeah, but that's why they're picking the scaling things as well, right? Because you're saying, okay, we might lose the early game. That is fine. We still got a chance to be useful later on in the game. You either go towards the utility side or towards the hyperscaling side. Hyperscaling is the name of the game for them this time. And I think they're doing quite okay, considering it's kind of a mirror matchup. Yes, Rudy is still quite up in the gold lead. There's almost 2k in their name. But on the other hand, you're missing the Tristana right now. Erling Haaland is not really in the game. They're trying to scale up. Yes, there's a Kraken Slayer. Yes, that's the first item spike, but you're lagging almost a full item behind the Azir. Belgian army just took down the second tower for the side of DMG, and he's smooth sailing. He should have the Ludens, the Lich Bane completed quite soon, and then he's gonna be in one-shot angle for when he trades 1 versus 1 in the Tristana lane.
And I want to talk about the Frozen Heart as well, coming out from Meowsen, right? So it does have, obviously, a little bit of the Sunfire Escape. They're able to get the Barmaids, so we'll be burning out those camps. We'll have that extra bit of damage. But first item, Frozen Heart, right? Obviously, yes, there are 2 ADCs. Do you feel like this is like 900 IQ?
No, I feel that it's 1000 IQ in any game, unless the enemy team has like 4 mages. I think that's the build to go. Yes,
Really?
Bami Cinder is an extremely nice item, but the completed items are, yeah, I don't really like them, to be honest with you. Yes, you might go the Hollow Radiance if you're top side and you want to have some wave clear, but Sunfire feels a little bit lackluster, at least to me. And on the other hand, Frozen Heart is so cheap and so effective against all those auto attackers. Usually the enemy team will have at least one of them. It gives you so much free armor, it gives you mana so you can spam your spells, ability haste, and that extra rock solid passive feels so nice to have.
Well, right now, on to the Dragon they go. Ruddy obviously claiming the first 2, so this will be an important one for DMG to stop the Soul Point, but it looks like Ruddy are down to fight for it. Here we go. Magnus still to catch them all out. Jumping in is Peru, but where will the fight go? Dragon still dropping low. Will they just turn for it? Meowser looking for it. Doesn't manage to get it. It's stolen, and Ruddy come out, but will they be able to win the fight as well? Now in goes BBXN, looking to pick up this kill. As swept in is BGA, finding another big Shuriman shuffle, but the damage is there. And Wodo, do they have enough? The Yumi keeping BGA alive, and DMG win the fight.
You said it, JRL. If the Vayne is dead, there's no other threat from the side of Ruddy, and you saw them. They played mechanically excellent. So many knockups, so much crowd control, so much space bought, but there wasn't no damage for them as long as the Vayne died. Tristana is still not there. 1.5 item is not gonna do the trick. They had the time, they had the sustain, the Yume helps them with all those heals, all those shields, and that's enough for the side of DMG. And now, look at the scoreline, look at the goal lead. It's over, it's done. Yes, still Ruddy is on the grasp of having a Dragon Soul, but is the Dragon Soul gonna save you?
Yeah, we saw BGA try win a game on the LeBlanc. Now on the Azir, has a little bit more damage of consistent nature, and we'll be able to pick up the kill onto Gragas and make
Wait, double kill!
Akers, where are you going, man? You're tanking tower, you're tanking minions, and BGA doesn't even need to hit him with many spells to kill him. It's just crazy. They're starting to feed this Azir, and I'm not gonna lie, if he gets ascended, well, maybe it's actually a tough time for Ruddy.
Yeah, I think it's a tough time for Ruddy already. The Vayne is not going the on-hit build. You're not gonna be building the tanks. Yes, you're gonna be a menace if you ever find the Azir or the Zeri, but that's not your goal, young man. Your goal is to hit the enemy mid-sacks and deal damage to them. You're never gonna reach the long-range hypercars on the other side, so... Oh, that looks really tough. If the Tristana was ahead of the game, it would be a completely different story. I would say, okay, I always liked double ADC more, but now it's looking like a toughie. The Vayne is dead.
Yeah, right now in the middle as well, there's another fight, and as you said, Vayne already dead, which means Ruddy are going to fall again. Another find for DMG, and we were talking about this, what, nearly like 5-10 minutes ago, saying Ruddy, GG, Vayne triple should be over, no chance of redemption. DMG have found it, they've managed a couple of team fights, and now Ruddy, it feels like they kind of lost their mind a little bit, like they're getting a little bit antsy, they're going for fights they don't need to take.
Yeah, and on the other hand, you have everything you wish for and more. Yes, Zeri doesn't have a damage, but she's playing the War of Attrition. You have the huge beefy frontliners, you have the shielding support and the healing support with 2 Forbidden Idols and the Dream Maker to blow bubbles at you. You have the Long Range Azir. You just need time, and time you shall have as long as you're catching out Sin time and time again. And honestly, I think that Sin has sinned. Where's the cleanse, man? You're playing versus Sejuani. You need the cleanse. You have, I don't know, 500 range as with your champion. You're not gonna be able to survive when a melee Glacial Praiser hits you.
It's a tough time, and also I will say BBXN has been able to get back into the game a bit as well, right? Was quite far behind, but is now only about half an item lower down than Sin. So it has started to swing back into their favor. I feel like DMG are starting to find a bit of success. They're up 5k as well. So maybe this time we're going to see them perform a little bit of a miracle, right? We expected Ruddy to win, but DMG looking for that upset. And I will say, DMG, the biggest thing that I had to say about them from last game day was that it's sometimes tough for them to close out these games. So that's what I really want to see. Clinicality in the later stages of right now. Ruddy looking for another fight here. Gonna go aggressive. Peru with the slam. There's a knock up and Azir is gone. BGA already down. We've talked about the danger of Sin, but the Azir is so crucial to the victory of DMG, and Ruddy have found the pick. They found what they needed, and they're looking for more. Can they clean up this team? BBXN just able to get away, and it will end up being a 2-for-1, but Ruddy in a very strong position, and it looks like they're gonna go for Baron.
Yeah, they should go for the Baron right now. There's no jungler on the enemy side, there's no Azir, there's no actual damage. They need a really long time to actually deal any damage. So yo, Ruddy is there. They found the fight for some reason. DMG wanted to contest a 4v3, and now they're dying.
BXN gonna step forward, maybe buys a bit of time to get the side of BGA back up with Meowson, but it may not stop this Baron. I think they actually might have done just enough because TP comes in. Here's BGA, the hero of the day for DMG. Will be able to dissuade Ruddy for a little bit longer and will keep the purple objective alive.
Yeah, but we see the difference. When Vayne survives, Ruddy is really unstoppable right now. When Vayne can actually auto-attack, have 1, 2, 3 tumbles into the fight, she deals damage, there they go, Ruddy is the team of the day. But when they manage to get their hands onto Sin, then there's nothing more going well for Ruddy.
Ocean Soul, 22 minutes in would be a massive takeaway for Ruddy. They're looking for it, but the fight is going to occur. Magnet Storm doesn't catch them out, although BGA is stopped a little bit, and now the knockup going to come through. Not going to be able to get on top of the Azir, though. Will be divided by a wall. I think Ruddy taking the smart path here, just going to leave this one, and Awodo also able to get out themselves. They've got Dragon, they've got Ocean Soul, and they've got away.
Thing is, can DMG now threaten Baron? Can they just run towards the other side of the river and threaten the big purple worm? Because if they do, they might have a huge lead in their hands. Yes, they lost the Ocean Soul, but they have the Yuumi, so they have an Ocean Soul of their own. Do they have enough damage? Azir is 3 items deep in his build, so they should.
They are starting up, and Ruddy kind of slow to moving towards this. It feels like they either don't think that they're doing it, or they don't think that they can contest them on this fight. And Nash is going to be completely taken by DMG with no rebuttal from Ruddy.
Yeah, there's no teleport. Everyone wanted to reset. They also got some camps on their way out of the soul, so they just gave away that huge objective. And now for the next 3 minutes, pushing waves will be really hard for the side of Ruddy. They will not be able to get any more leads. That's what at least my experience suggests. And maybe if they chase a fight, maybe they find themselves on the losing side. But what will DMG gain from that Baron? Can they actually push in any more turrets? There's only an inner turret on the bottom side, so pushing the inhibitor turrets is kind of hard right now unless you catch out Sin, once again, who has access to the Terminus, so now he has some on-hit damage, he has some war resistances to steal and to gain as well in his build. You need to snappy start the fight, engage on him, and take him out.
And I feel like it is just that kind of whose champion will fall first. Will it be Sin? Will it be BGA? Who's going to go down? I feel like the Baron push there, it's just nice for DMG to take it off of Ruddy, right? Just not allowing them to have a facility to push just gives you more time to scale. It gives chance for BBXN to get a couple more items. Talking about scale, Ywak is quite dangerous, and we've always seen K'Sante's can definitely be a problem, especially to squishy ADC, so need to keep a check on the K'Sante. But right now, mid is the target, right? Baron up minions with the Azir, with the Sun Tower as well, so it just feels like this should be something the DMG can commit to. A bit of a tough position to be in for Ruddy, a bit of a risky one to fight, especially this close to your own base. If it doesn't go your way, it could be game over. And they are just going to be able to give up that one tower. Ruddy having to give the inhib tower. But do they give the inhib? Now into the base does step DMG as they're looking to try and find more and more with this Baron. But Peru looking for that stretchy strike to try and slam the Azir into the team. And as we said, it's all on the Dangerman. Can they catch BGA or will Sin go down? Question still to be answered, as I think DMG are going to say, you know what, we got a tower, let's step away.
Yeah, they also still have a little bit of time on that Baron buff. 40 seconds long is quite enough for them to get the inner tower on the bottom side as well. And I'm afraid that I'll have to report Ruddy for being AFK in this game. I don't know why, but they're not looking to do anything. They're playing versus that Baron as if DMG has the Elder Drake, and that's not it. You're still quite strong in the game. Yes, you're at the gold deficit right now, but you do have that front lane. You do have 2 and 3 item ADCs in your team, so that's not the way. What Puro does now, that's what you need to do. You need to keep him in folk where nobody knows where he is, and he can engage at the moment's notice. That means that DMG cannot walk up, cannot create and win that space for them, and cannot free hit the enemy towers.
Oh, and they're actually starting to send their tanks into the folk. Meowson is kind of lurking, but needs to be careful. You don't want to be too close to the side of Ruddy as Peru looking to go for the knock up there, looking to jump in. Not going to be able to get onto that backline, and BGA just able to do so much damage. BBXN as well, peppering this front line and will force them back. Baron no more though. I'll be spawning in 2 minutes 40. But the big one for me, Rev, is that Elder Drake. 2 minutes on the clock for that. But right now, DMG looking for that Glacial Prison is going to come down, catches out Jamsu, but they're able to peel away. The Vayne's still very much alive and dishing out some damage, and Sin now starting to move forward. A bit of a nightmare for DMG, but they can walk away once again. Tower will fall into their purpose as they look to start the march on to this bot tier 3. But are they biting off too much, Rev? Do they need to be a little bit careful here? It's been a long extended play, and they probably have quite a bit of gold. Maybe going back would be best.
Going back could be best. It is the safest option, but I think they're playing smartly, keeping the enemy in the base until a minute until the Drake spawns, because that means that they will not have any vision around the Drake. They know that if there is any control wound, and I think there is one in the bush close to the entrance to the river, they will not have any information, any entrance point, any free space for them to get into that pit to contest the Drake. And now it's getting into the danger zone, because Zeri finally hit the 3 items, finally has a normal damaging item in that Navier Quick Blades. The Azir is almost 4 items deep in his build. He has a teleportation ready, so he can go back, complete the Shadow Flame, come back and crit you to death with that extra crit that it provides. And they're looking fine and dandy. On the other hand,
Rev, I feel like it's too early. It's too early to say Elder Drake's on the board. We're only 27.5 minutes in, and we're already getting this massive objective. But look at the jump. Peru trying to find BGA, gonna force them to back out. Yuumi already using that ultimate, but there is the lockdown. Glacial Prison onto Sin, but the flash away will buy them a bit of space. The Vayne is still alive, but so is the Azir. Got to keep your eyes on the carries, but can they do enough? Right now, fight very spread out, not allowing enough damage to fall from either side as the Dragon just swoops into the pit. The Elder Drake has spawned, it's on the clock, as right now Ywak just tanking up this front line. Very, very problematic for Ruddy to deal with as the wave being thinned out. There goes BGA, goes for the backline. They managed to get Sin. Is that going to be it for them? DMG looking for the fight, but right now it is Akers in the backline dishing out the damage. You talked about the double ADC. Well, the second has come to the fight. BBXN sprinting around, trying to get the damage down, but just not doing enough. Meowson going to have to back away as Yak still very healthy. They jump in, but is it enough? As Nolan going to go down. Will that be it? BBXN, have they been the hero row. They're looking for Peru, who is just tanking so much damage, not going down. Jamsu Miaosen on the side of this fight. They're trying to get back into this one as Peru finds one kill, and the damage from BBX is just not enough. The healing is there. They cannot get this kill, and TPs are going to start coming in for round 2 of this fight. BBXN finally exploded, and Yawak, can they get out alive? The Yumi stunned out, cannot jump back on, and Yawak in a 1 versus 3. His death is going to occur at some point. How long? Not much left.
Oh, and Azir teleports on the mid lane tower, and he's not gonna pressure the base. That means that it's almost free for the side of Ruddy to get that Drake, unless BGA makes a miracle play.
Sin back though in the pit, can start to burn through this Elder Drake. The Vayne coming in clutch. It looked almost too good for DMG, right? Sin getting picked off immediately, but shout out to Akers, had a lot of damage. As you talked about, it's a late game ADC. Tristana always going to be doing a lot of damage, and I feel like there wasn't that focus from DMG to get on to that mid laner, and they do pay that price. Obviously, BBXN has started to build some damage, but just could not shred through these tanks fast enough, Rev.
No, there was no Last Whisper, nothing for him to actually hit the front line hard, so they are getting punished. They are going to play against the Elder Drake, and I think that the real MVP of that fight, it wasn't Sin, it wasn't Akers, it wasn't Puru, it was nobody but the Ocean Soul, because it gave them so much sustain, so much more time to play those fights, especially in those wet noodle fights. Never wet your noodles, guys!
Yeah, indeed, and it was a lot, right? Zac, Gragas, even though Gragas has gone quite a lot of AP, still very tanky. Yawak on the K'Sante, Miaosen on the Sedge, Jamsu on the Rel. There's so many tanky people in that fight that were just not going down anytime soon, and I do believe that Ocean Soul, as you said, really putting in that work, as we see Ruddy have got the Elder Drake, and they're only just getting the tier 1 mid.
Yep, right now they're getting tier 1 mid, but they got the Baron as well. That's the second or third Baron, I lost count, honestly.
Second.
And look how they're burning through the towers. Tristana, she has killed 2.5 items in. She has that extra armor penetration, which for some reason works on towers as well. So together with that Baron power play, they could end the game.
Ooh, Peru gonna try and jump in there. Doesn't manage to get BGA, and again, Yawak able to buy a bit of time. Going to be knocked back as Glacial Prison locked up by Peru. A real nice one to see if you're Sin. Not going to have to worry about that ultimate coming in clutch on you a little bit later, as BGA trying to hold this line, trying to poke out this wave and force back the carries, but it looks like Ruddy, they're just a little bit too strong, can start to pressure this one. Baron up minions just doing a lot of work, and with the threat of that Elder Drake just forcing DMG to play safely.
Yeah, the Elder Drake will end in a little bit, but still they have the Baron, they get the double inhibitor right now, and maybe they engage.
Ooh, here we go, 20 seconds left on Elder Drake. Baron up minions, 2 inhibs down. Can Ruddy try and close out here? It looks like they're going to be respectful. They're going to play a little bit more time. They're going to step back once more, and I think they will just go for a reset. They're obviously getting a lot of gold. They've now flipped it to 4k in their own advantage, but can they close out the game?
Not sure right now, not sure. I'm not sure how much the gold lead matters. Of course, the pressure from those 2 exposed open actually inhibitors will matter. That's lanes pushed without them needing to be there. They only have to worry about 1 lane right now, maybe even 2. If we mention the mid lane, it's still the inhibitor exposed. It's so late into the game. Everyone one-shots everyone, including the towers, but I'm still missing some of the anti-heal from the side of DMG. Only Yumi has it, and she's kind of the worst applier if we exclude her ultimate. Yes, the final chapter is really nice, she applies it evenly to everyone, but after that cooldown is over, there's nothing. How are you dealing with the Ocean Soul?
Yeah, final chapter. Also, we've seen it used a little bit early sometimes as well, so it's not exactly the easiest way to kind of get your anti-heal off, as you did said, but we'll see how this one runs out. They still have that Baron for another wave. 10 seconds left on that one for the minions. They're trying to crush it in, but Yawak just holding it off. They're not letting them get any much closer, as Adam Wodo is going to be flung back. It's now all out from the K'Sante. They're going to step forward, but they haven't got BGA here. It's a little bit of a tough fight for DMG, because you've also got to think about the Tristana split pushing at the moment as well. They have to take a short fight and break off, because they do not want to be giving Akers any free time on towers, but now they've opened up this bot inhib. As we see BGA not there, they go for the engage. engaged. They're looking for this fight. Sin not targeted as they fight underneath this tower. They're going to get aggressive with it. And Ruddy, they're playing a 4v4 without the main character for DMG. They force them back. They take the tower. And a little bit of miscommunication from DMG has led such a big opening for Ruddy.
It's so difficult for them to play right now. That triple inhibitor opens, that means double mecha minions, and they engage.
Ooh, going back in again. Adam Wodo pops the Azir. BGA down, and it feels like DMG will fall soon as well. BBXN trying to play the long game, get stunned up, taken down, and the tanks will fall. The two ADCs have their chance to fire at will, and they will kill off the final members of DMG. That's going to be the game. A little bit of a crazy one, but Ruddy still come out on top.
Oof, what a roller coaster of a game. Honestly, they keep you at the tip of your toes. You're coming. Who's winning? Who's at the top? We don't know. Do they know? No, they don't know. They just, I don't know. They flipped a coin at 3 stages of the game. Rode won 2 of them, and honestly, kudos to them. They did secure that ocean. So very early into the game, you said it yourself. We had an Elder 28 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Elder 28. Yeah.
It's honestly bonkers, and so with those early Dragon dedications, they managed to win the game because that's the MVP that just sustained through the enemy damage. Skill issue.
Yeah, I feel like Peru absolutely massive, right? You said he was smurfing in the early stages of the game. I feel like that was the best comment that could be made because they set up everything, right? They set up the early Drakes, they set up the early kills for the Vayne. Yes, there was that blip where we had BGA starting to find lots of kills, a lot of success from the side of DMG, but it felt like Ruddy always still had that little bit of an advantage. Even when they were down in gold, they were still winning on the map in general. And it just felt like they had that just one step ahead of DMG that just could not be kind of resolved. And I will say, Rev, I can't say that I love the Zeri pick either, but I'm going to get the analysts back in, right? We're going to go take this one to the desk. I'm going to leave you for a second. We'll come back to you in the second game. But let's bring the desk back. Let's get Bloxer and Recollect back into this one. What's your take on the game? Let's start off first. How are you feeling about DMG in general, Bloxer?
They really wanted to prove me right there with the team fighting being poor, the map play being poor. There were situations really early on in that game where things were just going wrong for them. They were over-chasing bot lane, playing these Dragon team fights poorly, and sort of getting bailed out by Ginger. Like, that was what they had to do. Individually, a couple of decent performances, but the map play from this team just isn't there yet, and they really need to turn it on sometime soon, because again and again in that game, they just weren't where they needed to be, and individually, they weren't good enough to be able to overcome the fact that Ruddy played better together.
And for you, Recollect, obviously, BJ put in a big performance for DMG, but I feel like the offset of the fact that Peru set up that bot lane so well and that Sin was so well protected, it just meant that it's hard for the Azir to win those.
I mean, yeah, I do think, though, that whilst that is definitely true, there were some issues that sort of popped up. I mean, if we go back to some of those previous fights, it was visible that Sin would go down very early. And I think part of that is in large part to this Azir poking, essentially past frontline, but still being able to hit them. I think whilst obviously Ruddy did secure the win, the decision making was not the best, and I think that the general focus is something that needs to be worked on for future games. Specifically, keeping an eye on like what their main objectives are for each step moving forwards, and not having as many of those sort of throwing based moments, because it did become a bit of a hot potato game.
Indeed. Well, let's have a little look at some of the team fights that we had. Let's go back to a replay that was quite early on. I believe 9 minutes 10, to be very specific. A team fight in the bot lane.
This one, it's at a point where it looked like DMG were just falling apart. It wasn't going well for them. But you just overchase massively as Ruddy. But they get away with it. They are so low right now, but it is just Amandu getting down into the spot lane, stopping Ginger from being able to get anything, and you end up losing 3 kills in a situation where I feel like punishment should have happened. You have overstepped in that situation as Ruddy, but they just about managed to get away with it, and it was a situation where DMG just was slow to react. It felt like Ginger was trying to get down to that bot lane for an age, calling, I'm on my way, it's fine, and then at the point at which maybe he could have gotten in there, and me and Recollect were saying, oh, he could get a double here, this could be huge to get back in. He just wasn't there in time.
And I feel like that almost feels like DMG's game in general. I feel like they had the right idea, but they were just maybe a little bit off tempo. So if they had been there slightly earlier, everything changes, right? A few fights go their way, they potentially just win out. But it felt like something that happened throughout the whole game. They were always just kind of that 5 seconds a little bit too late, and Ruddy capitalized on it.
I just want to check one thing, very important here. Ginger is a fresh mid laner for damage, is that right? Just double check this.
I think, no, Ginger's been with them for a while.
Ginger's
I think
been there.
I
Yeah.
spoke earlier.
Sign this guy to a Supermax, he's your best player.
Yeah.
I want to see in their future games, if you want to get success for this team, I'm going to take this seriously. I'm giving you the full mic experience here, just to know that I'm proper about this, okay? This man is your best player. He is popping off the entire game. He put all of you in duffel bags, slung you over his back, and carried you like a military member. He was popping off the entire game, and I'm so sad that he couldn't quite get the job done in the end of it. I think if we can see more play through this mid lane with sort of attention from support and jungle, I think you've found your avenue for success in terms of your team's potential future playstyle. Whether they'll explore it fully remains to be seen, but there is something there for this team. If you're looking for hope, there's something.
Well, we'll have to see how that one does play out. Now, we got another replay, 17 minutes in the Dragon fight. And Recollect, I want you to talk me through this one, right? To tell me, kind of what were you feeling about this one? Because obviously this is third Dragon, right? This is very early on for it to be third Drake, but it was started up by the side of DMG, and Ruddy just kind of swoop in and steal everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of this game came down to the general mechanics, and the amount of CC that's coming on here into this sort of front line is insane. Sin is just getting focused fired down, though. It's impossible to play here for the Vayne. That is kind of the story for a lot of these team fights. However, again, Ginger just comes in, starts to sweep it up, but it's too little too late, unfortunately. It's one of those where it feels like, maybe they've got a shot, maybe they don't. But again, big boy Ginge stepping up, slapping them about, and doing his best work. Combine that again with the one time the Zeri didn't get shut out early as well. It was a tale of 2 AD carries, essentially crying for help the entire game. And this time around, the Zeri survives a little bit longer, but it wasn't the story for the rest of the match.
And I feel like that clip also showed the healing into just not dying. Yeah. I feel like that was the story of a lot of fights. Obviously, we had a later team fight that we're not going to show where the tanks just do not die, right? The Zac is just living. Peru is not falling. When it came to only tanks, it just ended up going well for Ruddy, and obviously Ocean Soul being a pretty important one for that. But with that being said, that was our game 1. It is all done. We're going to throw to a break. When we come back, we'll have game 2 ready for you.
pull up in that Lambo with the 10 down. Everything on 314.
And we are back again for game 2. Nuclear Vikings taking on Verzik. And I feel like this is a matchup that is very strange in my mind. Because I feel like Nuclear Vikings have been a team that we've talked about with such grace and being like on the up and making big plays and a bit of a dark horse in the league. But then the scoreline isn't saying that, right? They're 1-4 right now. They're not having those victories. But then Verzik is kind of like a team that haven't had the best of games yet, but they now are starting to win. And could it be more, right? I feel like that's kind of how it's going into this one, but we'll see. Let's bring up, though, the rosters of this first team. Let's talk about the Nuclear Vikings. And let's have a little look at those players. Because I feel like to go through any team, you have to break down who's on the team. And recollect, you need to know.
Sorry, I was just having a good. But I was just having a good time. Okay, I was missing. You know, to be honest with you, lads, I'll lower the curtain. I haven't had a chance to work with either of you in a long time, and it's been really nice to have you both here. And most importantly, I get fruity carrots, and what more could I want in my life?
Exactly.
I love this man. He's wonderful.
Any more on that one?
Fruity carrots is mate. He's just an absolute legend. To be honest, anyone who knows the lower amateur scene will know this name. He was known as just being a complete monster jungler. He would take over basically every league he had, and just dominate. Yeah. So this guy's like known for being an absolute pub stomper in the lower leagues. So it's really exciting to get to see him sort of play now in sort of a higher level with better competition. Because even now, I think the guy still performs really well. And you know, I will get off of the hype train as soon as it dies down. But for now, my boy's still popping. Like, you can't stop him.
And I will say, I think this team has been very interesting to watch, right? I think they've had some really, really strong looks, right? I feel like they've had some very, very good looks in the top side, right? With Dusty making big plays. I think Kiana has played really well as well, although he might be getting Dwill today instead. And Brody as well in that bot lane with Lawai is just... They've been making a lot of plays, but I feel like they've not seen that success, right? Last game day, we saw them play against Venom Crest, and I'm not gonna lie, it's tough. It's tough, right? Anyone having to play against Venom Crest, it's rough. Like, they're just a really good team. They're very clean, and they didn't really let Nuclear Vikings play the game. But they've also had some very close games against Lions Creed, Bloxer.
I mean, I think, obviously we're going to get into this more when we talk about this Venom Crest versus Lions Creed matchup, but they are very different teams. You look at the scoreline, they're both flawless, awesome. They're very, very different. Lions Creed have messy early games where you can get stuck in and try to get something going, and then later on in the game, they just decide at some point, we're going to win this one. Venom Crest, you do not get to play this video game. You are here with them, this is their game, and they are going to take you for a ride the entire time. So it's unsurprising that the Nuclear Vikings haven't been having the best time versus Venom Crest. I don't think anybody has done. I agree, they have such interesting storylines and players, but at what point do you go from Dark Horse to just, you're not a great team, you're not able to actually step up? Verzik, I had no faith in this team coming into the split, and then we see the first couple of games and I'm like, I feel vindicated. These guys don't seem to be able to pull it out, and then slowly I'm beginning to be proven wrong, and it worries me a little bit. If they can pull out a win today, that could cement them as a team that really just needed a couple weeks to figure it out and are massively stepping up.
Well, let's have a little look at the bot lane for the side of Nuclear Vikings right there, because now I feel like they've had some pretty good games, right? It feels like they've been doing pretty decently in general, right? A lot of damage coming out from the ADC there. KDA wise, seem to be quite an integral part of the team, and they're not giving over too many deaths either, Bloxer. So I feel like this is kind of, we talked about how teams play around their solo laners versus playing their bot lane. I feel like maybe Nuclear Vikings just have to give a little bit more to this bot lane.
Quite possibly. They've not... Bot lanes haven't really been the place to play around recently. They seem to want to pop off on their own. Maybe you get a little bit of attention, dive them if you're on the blue side. But beyond that, it hasn't really been where we've seen a lot of teams spend their attention. But if that's your strongest point, and they can't quite win by themselves, but with attention they can really pop off and get things done, then you might as well go for it. Brody's a name that we've seen around the league for a really long time as well, and he's a really good player. Had a great Varus performance. It was Varus Bard that they played in their last matchup when they lost to Venom Crest. Yeah, nobody has a good time versus Venom Crest, but if you look beyond that, the play was still good, the mechanics are there. I feel like Nuclear Vikings are not too dissimilar from DMG, where individually they're okay, they just need to get that team coordination fixed.
And let's look at who they're playing, right? Let's bring up Verzik. Let's go straight actually into the Verzik team let's have a look at who we're talking about. And I feel like some names people might know if they've been around the scene. Some they will have seen just from watching Verzik play there. But Shida, obviously, a very, very storied player in the UK scene in general. And I feel like this team, they kind of came forward being very new. I feel like we've got to watch them play a little bit, but I feel like we haven't got to see their top level as of yet right now. So I'm interested to see where this team kind of goes. As we said, they got their first win in the last game day. Can that continue, right? Against Belfast Storm as well, which is a team that we would denote as being quite strong, decently, at least at mid-game, if not maybe a little bit higher. So the fact that Verzik are going to start picking up some wins, maybe there is that little bit of key to success, and we can start to see them really establish their own team identity. But we've got one head-to-head to talk about, right? Let's talk about these top laners, right? As I said, Shida, a very, very known player in these leagues. Let's bring up the stats and have a look at them versus Dusty, which is obviously the matchup in the top side today, Recollect.
Yeah, I mean, give me a second. Oh. Can we get a drum?
It is going. We'll give you a little bit of a moment, right? Production. We're putting them under heat, you know, rapid fire with the graphics. So they got a hold of me for a little bit, but one thing I want to talk about is, before we talk about the actual stats of the matchup, is kind of how the champion pools work, right? So we've seen like Olaf, Cassante, Trundle and that from Nuclear Vikings. On the flip side, the Jack Step Renekton. So it's kind of a similar Bruiser, AD, I'm going to punch you in the face kind of lineup from both these players, Recollect.
Yeah, and I mean, that kind of suits the meta perfectly well. It's been sort of known how, at least at the start of the season, how dominant these sort of bruiser-based champs were. They did fall out a little bit of favor with the changes to obviously this tank-based itemization with the Frozen Heart and the Rukern coming through and just destroying basically everyone. But any of these champions that can take over those is obviously going to be incredible. To me, because of that, I think having this red side is so key, as you could get that counter-pick matchup for one of these two carry-based top laners, and potentially you can look to play through that side.
Yeah, and it feels like, to me, Bloxer, that Dusty is getting a little bit more into these matchups, right?
Yeah.
Able to kind of have a little bit more in the KDA aspect, doing a bit more damage than the side of Shida. Do you feel like that kind of screams big team fighting? Like, are we maybe going to see a little bit more split push from the side of Shida?
I feel like that stat can be a little bit misleading because of what it is that Shida seems to be bringing to these team fights. Sure, it's a bit more of a bruisery style, but with the builds that Shida's been going, it's been a little bit more leaning into trying to be a damage absorber more than a damage dealer. Just trying to get into the backline and disrupt, stop those main carries from being able to sit and deal damage, as opposed to Dusty, who's trying to get into the backline to beat you up. He wants to beat you straight up one-on-one. That doesn't mean that Shida isn't split pushing quite a lot. I think both of these top laners have been, and that could be something that this game comes down to. We've seen so many games recently stalled out, go way longer than you would have expected, because some top laner has managed to get a couple of kills under their belt, is looking really strong, and just keep split pushing. You're not allowed to push forwards. You can't go for Baron. You have to send multiple members to go deal with him, otherwise you keep losing your inhibitor, and oh no, he's threatening our Nexus all of a sudden. So I could see that continuing to be a big part of it, but I think that Shida is just giving a little bit more to team fights in terms of just absorbing damage and being a disruptor.
Okay, well, let's not waste too much time. Let's get into draft. Let's find out what we're going to be expecting from these two teams and see how they set themselves up in what I would say is quite a crucial game for these teams. Will Nuclear Vikings start to pick up those winning ways? Will Verzik continue their movements into the higher stakes of the team? Am I able to speak English today? What is going on?
There is two Tristanas.
Okay, so sorry, what was that again? Production, Tristana first, and the second one is? First one is Brand. Okay, so the first Tristana there is Brand, so we don't have double Tristana, right? We're not playing blind pick with some extra connotations here, but we are going to get Brand, right? Very, very strong jungler. I feel like we can all agree with that one. How are we kind of feeling about Verzik? Going 2 ADCs once again.
I like this comp. I really like what this comp wants to do. You've got a lot of poke that you can lay down with a Brand and a Varus that makes walking into these team fights quite easy. You're not so worried about having to face check a bush all of a sudden. You've got the Aatrox to just try to get into the backline. Plenty of tankiness given to you through that Nautilus as well. And double AD carries means that if you do want to split push, you've got a brilliant 1-3-1 potential right here, where you can put the Tristana and that Aatrox in opposite lanes, get a lot of push going. If you have have TP on this Tristana as well, which is what I would prefer, you can really work around that to make these games a little bit more drawn out, get into a position where you're not getting pulled around, because there is a ton of burst damage and also a good amount of poke on Nuclear Vikings side. So I don't know if you want to just step up for a straight up brawl. If you can play that split push more, which I think Verzik's composition is better at, then that is a definite key to success.
Yeah, and I feel like they got some all-stars in terms of who's strong right now, right? Aatrox, Brand, really at the top of the list. I feel like Varus, very, very powerful as well. Nuclear Vikings, they're giving me a roster that's a little bit older. This is more like last season, right? Ezreal, Rakan, Zoe. I know Jhin is becoming a little bit more popular, and we're seeing Gwen in the UKL's side as well popping off. But the lower half of their roster, to me, recollect, just feels a little bit old school.
Definitely. I think that it is one of those weird compositions, though, where it has a lot of benefits to it, especially when you take a step back. As you said, the poke is there with things like this Zoe and this Ezreal, but when you have something like this Ezreal, you can also enable sort of Rakan-based roaming. And I actually think there's sort of two issues that I see going into this game for the side of Verzik. The first is that side lane for the Gwen Aatrox matchup is a horrible matchup for the Aatrox. It's very, very hard to pilot. When you consider that Rakan has that tendency to be able to roam with the Ezreal and potentially Xin going topside, you see a lot of issues start to come up for Verzik. The other is not a champion-based issue, but I've seen Strangler play Brand twice in my sort of searching. And I'll be honest, it hasn't looked that great. I've not been a massive fan of him specifically on the pick. The pick itself is fine, I've got no issue with it. But can he pilot it to a level that I personally am satisfied with when I give it the eye test? Currently, I need to be convinced. It's not there just yet. So whilst the meta level, perhaps of Verzik's comp might be better in terms of its sort of options, can they pilot the champions properly to make that actually happen? Or are we going to see this sort of Gwen Aatrox explosion with the poke aspects from the Zoe and the Ezreal? It really does remain to be seen, but I can see a world where my boy Fruity Carrots takes over that early game and absolutely dumpster Strangler, puts him in the bin where he deserves, burns the Brand, let's go, Fruity Carrots!
Are you not slightly worried about Nuclear Vikings, though, engage options here? Because, like, okay, Gwen might be able to split push, cause a problem, but in a 4v4, you've got the Rakan, you have the Xin Zhao, but it doesn't feel like their team has the energy of let's jump forward, right? It's kind of a let's keep them at range, let's whittle them down, and then let's get into it. Either of you kind of feeling that could be a bit of a problem?
Jeriel, they have Fruity Carrots. That's all you need.
Okay, well that's it. He said it. Bloxer, you know what it is. I wonder if you agree, but either way, it doesn't matter. Let's hand it over to the casters, which is myself, and I'll be joined back with Rev. So, will Nuclear Vikings pick up the win with 3 carrots, or will Verzik be on their win streak once again? Rev, join back with me, please. And let me know what your thoughts are on the picks.
Well, on the one side, Nuclear Vikings, they have Fruity Carrots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, so is there anything else that we need to say? And honestly, yes, because Nuclear Vikings do have a little bit of a harder setup to execute. Yes, they do have the range, they have the poke, they do have some snappy engage options with the Rakan, but frontline, not so much of it. So every time that somebody gets gold, that's one head off, and on we go with the rest of the French Revolution, it seems. Now, of course, if the Gwen managed to get ahead, the split push potential is there, but does she ever truly outscale Aatrox? That's my question, because Aatrox, he's been in and out of the meta. I'm not sure if he's good right now. Many teams are picking him. What's the build path? What is his true tankiness? What's the power? I don't know.
I think solo queue wise, for sure, Aatrox very strong at the moment, right? I think in terms of actual power of the pick, has a lot of capabilities, right? I think that there's a lot you can do with this one. Obviously, it can be a big split push threat, can be really, really strong in the team fights, and I do think that on a pure stat line, I think Aatrox kind of strong. But how is it going to function, right? As Ricola said, into the Gwen, maybe not the best matchup there, Rev, so that could be a big factor. I'm also kind of feeling like maybe that bot lane needs to be paid attention to, because I feel like Nuclear Vikings, they don't have loads of strength in their bot lane, and if they can start to get Sora and Jay ahead on this Varus, well, like we saw in the last game, ADCs can really clean up, Rev.
Yeah, especially with the lethality Varus, every time that he's in the meta, it's kind of a nuisance for the NM team to deal with. Lots of low cooldowns, a lot of utility with the extra ultimate and the burst that he can deal from out of vision. Yes, you're playing the poke, but he's out poking your poke, so that's really hard to deal with. Also, he doesn't need to spend a lot of money on useless stuff like boots. He gets the free boots and then upgrades it whenever. He has, 600 gold lying around. So yeah, Varus can be the pick to victory, especially with all that extra crowd control that he can follow up with. Chains of Corruption are a nice tool, but really slow, really easy to dodge if you're paying attention. So if he just follows up a Nautilus ultimate, a mini crowd control for, a sweet spot from the Aatrox, he can be hard to deal with. And of course, there's a Tristana. We saw what Ikers did with the Tristana while staying behind in the early game. If the Tristana managed to get ahead in this game, she will be the split push carry.
Oh no.
You could say that there were some stranglers around.
Yeah, it's a sentiment where like that's obviously a little bit rough. I've seen this pathing right before from Brand. I kind of want to talk about the jungle pathing quickly because again we're seeing two junglers pathing complete opposite ways, right? Jin's going top to bottom, Brand going bottom to top. Now I think Brand can actually clear and then re-clear and then get to grubs, or maybe it's just like you clear and then you kind of do one set to grubs, but it does feel like that's the path I'm expecting from Strangler. So Verzik showing that they do actually want to pressure on that top side. But the question that I have is, why would Vikings want to pressure bot side, right? Because Ezreal Rakan doesn't feel like the best lane to gank.
I mean, it doesn't feel, any Ezreal lane doesn't feel the best lane to do anything, even if Dragdra is playing. It's a really weird pick. Yes, he can be very strong, he can pressure, he has all that lane access with his mystic shots and whatnot, but will he ever win you the game? That's my real question, because I cannot, for the life of me, you get a Nerf gun and point it towards my head, and you tell me when is the last time you saw an Ezreal carry a game? This day, that day, I'm getting nerfed to the head.
Yeah. I feel like, I definitely get the sentiment, right? Obviously, you sometimes see the Ezreals that get really far ahead, right? They get like 3 items, like 15, 20 minutes, and you're like, okay, damn, this poke is really starting to chunk. But in general, yeah, if they're not getting super far ahead, it does feel like maybe a little bit lackluster. Whereas that Varus, as you said, can dish out a lot of poke as well. And we're already starting to see it, probably taking a bit of damage in that bot lane. But do you maybe see it feel like, okay, mid lane then could be the angle, right? If you do get somebody ahead, we've all seen the one-shots.
Yeah, that could be the angle, but that also means that you need to pay attention to the mid lane. I don't think that Zoe can actually ever solo kill a Tristana. If Tristana is getting slipped, then it's really easy for her to buffer her rocket jump, get out of the way. The range is too much unless Kiana uses her flash. But then if you don't actually one-shot, you're flash down, you're an immobile carry. Yes, you had all those portals, but you jump back into the starting point, so that's not really an escape tool. So what are you doing? Are you bringing in the Rakan? Because if you're bringing the Rakan, yes, the Ezreal is a slippery boy, but the Nautilus has so many hooks, so much crowd control that he will never get away if the Nautilus ever wishes to blow his summons for them. So you're getting your bot lane behind. Do you actually have the Xin Zhao focus the mid lane? Then the Xin Zhao will be late on his Titanic power spike. There's all those scenarios where Nuclear Vikings just lose the trades, and all of this just from the draft. Of course, there's always the outplay option, like here, which is not going to happen.
Good flash, and we are seeing that priority on those mites, right? We're seeing the Void Grubs get picked up there by Nuclear Vikings, a little bit of early pressure, and we're seeing an early Drake started up from Verzik as well. Are they going to do the Ruddy Strap? Are we going to be getting another Elder Drake at 28 minutes? That's the questions that I have in my head. I kind of hope so. It made the game quite interesting.
Well, honestly, it would make the game quite interesting. Also bring a little bit more RNG into the game with all those soul conditions. You never know what you're going to hit. But if you want my, truly educated position as a color caster, I'd say, nah.
Yeah, I was impressed, but I was going to bring this up on the desk when we were talking about the last game, was that I was so impressed by how much the dragon affected the game, because I feel like it's really rare these days that we get to see it, and I almost feel like, why would you not pick to go for Grubs over Drake early? Because I do feel like, as you kind of said, does so often win people games.
Well, yeah, especially if you think that, the individual Drakes are nerfed compared to last seasons, but the souls are still up there. They're doing so much heavy lifting, but you're always counting on that RNG. Will you be able to get a soul that actually suits your team comp? Will Kiana get ahead? Oh,
that was a nice busted shot straight into the brand. Sets them up. Strangler now putting Kiana on fire, but is it going to be enough damage? Flash forward from Tycho will be able to secure that one. And Kiana will be first blooded. So a little bit of action around that mid lane. We talked about it earlier. Are you potentially going to send that one? It's now in the top side. Sheeda trying to get away from Dusty. Pops the ultimate, but I don't know if they're going to change.
Sheeda wins!
One more! Sheeda with the kill. Dusty going down, and the Aatrox showing the power.
Oh, that is Aatrox, and also, I'm not sure, had Dusty recalled before? Because I'm seeing all those books in his inventory, but no, nothing for Sheeda. He did outplay, he managed to get away from the snip time after time, never got the full true damage into his face, and managed to outplay that 1v1 pretty nicely. Sheeda, what a beast.
What a beast indeed. We talked about 3 carrots, and maybe Sheeda was the name that we had to talk about a little bit more. As Aatrox, I feel like also Aatrox when ahead becomes a different beast, right? Like even Aatrox is one thing, ahead Aatrox, ooh, that's a little bit scary.
Especially when it's quite easy to itemize for him in this game. I think if he managed to get his hands on an early Hex Drinker, it should be way easier for him to play the game. Most of the early game damage, yes, there's a Xin Zhao, but there's a Gwen, there's a Zoe, all that poke, all that damage will go to naught, because you'll have the extra resistances, you have the extra magic shield, and how are you actually dealing with him if he can survive and then lifesteal through your rest of the damage?
Yeah, indeed. And obviously there's been a few build paths, as you said, as we are having a quick technical pause there, so I believe it's going to come back to us for a minute. Hopefully, it's going to be quickly before we get back into game, as we're back on the screen right now. And so far, how are you feeling about the matchup? Right, again, a bit of a slow start, kind of similar to our first game. 1 kill in that mid lane is going to lead to Verzik being ever so slightly ahead. But do you feel like who can sit back, Rev? Like, who is able to just chill out? Because part of my mind is thinking that maybe Nuclear Vikings need to make something happen a little bit better, because if they're mid game very strong, right, with the Ezreal Zoe, but if we go late game, Tristana, Aatrox, I feel like it's gonna be very hard to compete with them.
Yeah, it's always very hard to compete again with the double marksman. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's honestly similar draft for the side of Verzik as we saw for Rade, because you have a front line, a solid piece of mid, you have an engage option, which can never go badly. Like, how badly can you miss a Nautilus ult? You cannot, honestly. You cannot hit a minion with it, thankfully. So you always have the engage option. You have the follow-up damage. You have double scaling ADC. Even if one of those is going lethality, he's still going to be able to deal more damage into a neutral objective than an AP carry, because an AP carry always needs to use spells, always needs to use more resources, all that mana. It's things that you need to take into consideration, because not always when you go into a neutral objective, you expect to quickly finish it up. Sometimes you go into the neutral objective, you bait the enemy team, and you're saying, okay, I've spent something, come and fight me. And AD carries need to spend nothing to actually threaten the actual objective.
Yeah, and I think there's also the just kind of like the elephant in the room of Brand. I feel like Brand is just doing so much damage. Some people are likening him to Karthus in the sense of, like, you can just do all your damage, die, and it's still going off, right? If you drop the Pyroclasm, like, it's just so much damage that you can't really do anything about if you're Nuclear Vikings unless you just immediately one-shot him.
And also, the itemization right now is so crisp for Brand. Do you want slows? There's the Relay Crystal Scepter, which is pretty nice early game item. Would you like some extra burn, sir? There's a Realize. It's not a mythic anymore. It deals so much damage. Would you like your ultimate to shred the enemy resistances and have your ultimate as often as you'd like? There's a Malignance, and there should be an engage.
Ooh, and there's a lot of damage dropped on Lawai, and they're going to have to just walk back a little bit, because Grubs is up, and it does look like Nuclear Vikings want to test the waters. They want to try and get something here, but Dusty is kind of low here, and we are going to see Demonic Extension used by Sheeda, but it's not going to be enough, and a quick kill there. 3 carrots absolutely just displacing the Aatrox, and now it feels like, actually, you know what, maybe Nuclear Vikings can take this objective.
Yeah, they can, but is it enough? Because if you manage to steal 10-15 more seconds from it, they will lose the tempo, and they can never use another move to play for the Drake. And what we were discussing before, Drake sometimes override any grabs that you take. Yes, right now they have 4 or 5 and will get the 6 grabs. They will have the mites as well, But on the other hand, look at the moves. The Varus has pushed out the bottom lane, so they have a free move from there. Unless the teleport catches him out, the Brand is already there. They should be first on the objective and have it primed from themselves, and that's already 2 Drakes for Verzik if they manage to secure it as well.
Kiana there needs to be careful here, actually. Strangler is just lying in wait, gonna get that stun off. Damage procced. Here's the passive, and in comes Tristana, and Tycho just a little bit more damage, and I think Kiana might go down here. The shield from Lauai going to keep them safe, but the TP into the Dragon, now forced to go all the way back to base, gives Verzik a massive advantage over this Drake.
Not just the TP into the Dragon, it's the TP into the Flash, into losing one very important member for the Drake fight, or the Drake contest, if you want to state it like that, because Ho will set up. Nobody can set up. You want your front lane to walk up and your back lane to poke, and now you don't have any back lane to poke. The Drake is going freely towards the side of Verzik. There's the stacks, and now we're about to see if the RNG gods are with them. That's an Infernal Drake. They are chuffed.
Yeah, no, I believe an important quote about the Void Mites is if you don't get to push onto tower, they're not useful. So we will have to see if the side of Nuki Vikings can start to put a bit of pressure, because right now it still feels like Verzik are quite comfortable in their situation right now, right? Like bot lane is going well for them, mid seems to be going pretty well. Shida, okay, it's gone even at the moment, but there was a bit of assistance from Fruit Carrot in that last fight. So all in all, it feels like Verzik, the team that I personally think have the better scaling, are just chilling out. They're kind of just a little bit relaxed as Kiana going to get jumped on by Takul again. And this Tristana just holding their own in lane.
Yeah, they're chilling out right now, and they're pretty comfy. And I think that's very much due to Strangler. He's been very active in the map. 2 Drakes. He's been contesting the grabs. He's been going there in the mid lane. He got Kiana's flash 2 times in a row as well. So we need to take that into consideration, because he has freed up Tycho's lane so much, giving him so much more space to play, giving him the option to just go into the Merc threats, be safe into that 1v1, opt into the call, scale into infinity, get those next items faster and faster. Whereas on the other side, I don't see Fruticara doing way too much in the game. I got way too hyped up for them. Recollect, you got some answers to provide. If Fruticara doesn't pop up as soon as he collects that Titanic Hydra, I'm going to be asking some hard questions to my fellow caster.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he has to respond with. But obviously it's still a lot of game, right? Free Carrots can still make things happen. Only 13 and a half minutes in. But we are starting to get closer to those platings dropping off. Herald will be spawning, and things start to get a little bit more interesting for me as we do move closer and closer to that mid game. So right now, we are seeing Strangler lurking in this bot side. Can they get off a gank? I think it's a tough one to get onto, right? Ezreal always a bit of a problem, and Rakan not exactly easy to find either. As again, another just kind of quiet moment on the Rift. 2 minutes 40, and we got Infernal Soul, Rev. So we talked about which dragon are you going to roll. That's a pretty good one, right?
Yeah, I think that's the best one. Maybe you could make an argument for Hextech, but Hextech is, I like to call the Passepartout Soul, because any champion you have, he's gonna benefit or they're gonna benefit somehow. Now, on the other hand, Inferno right now, it's really nice. You got all those glass cannons, so much damage hidden into your picks, so you're gonna love it. And even if you lose some of them, yes, it's gonna be annoying playing versus a Zoe and an Ezreal with Infernal Drakes, but it's not the end of the world. If it was, I don't know, a Mountain Drake, it would be way worse to lose for the side of Verzik. Now, they're losing the Rift Herald, which may create some pressure for the side of Nuclear Vikings for the next Drake, and I think that's where it needs to be used. If it's going to be used at any other point, Verzik are going to be sitting very well in the mid game.
Well, they're going to be going aggressive onto this tower there. We are going to see a lot of ultimates used, but a really nice charm there coming out from Lauai. Will buy some time as Kiana now going aggressive, gets the kill onto Strangler as well, and she will be able to pick up a little bit of revenge on the Brand.
That was a nice teleport there from Kiana. She managed to get her blood back, and although the crowd control was nice, somehow they never managed to connect on all that damage at once to make sure that Brody will not be able to play the game. Now they get that return kill, they get the first tower into the game, and of course, they are getting an influx of cash, but Was that really the best play for the Rift Herald? That still remains to be seen. I'm still staying on my point. I think they needed it to contest the next Drake.
Well, we'll see how it does play out. Obviously, 56 seconds before the next Drake is up, so I'm imagining that they'll start setting up for that one if they're looking for that contention. But opening up the mid does give them that opening to kind of get a little bit more deeper vision. So we'll see if they can work that in to their favour. As Qiyana holding on to a second flash there to go with their first one. So we'll see if that will keep them safe away from Strangler this time around. But with that being said, we are seeing people start to lurk their way over to this Dragon. And I feel like we're going to get a fight, Rev. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, you should be able to fight, but you need to be very wary of Fruit Carrot. He is on his strongest point right now. Of course, no jungle item completed means that there's no 50-50, there's a 70-30 for the side of Verzik, and they should be aware of it. Fruit Carrot did show himself on a ward. They can play it slow, they can play it collected, they can wait for Brody or Qiyana to step up and be slapped in the face, or if Nuclear Vikings will commit all their members there, they can send the Tristana top or mid to collect more, not plates, but tower damage at least.
Dragon there has spawned, and I was expecting people to kind of be there, ready for it to go, as a bit of a fight was happened in the top side, but it looks like Shida able to weather that storm once again. Dusty not really finding those big wins over the Aatrox in that solo lane, as now Verzik able to just walk their way onto that Dragon. No contention so far from Nuclear Vikings, and it makes me question, are they going to pull the trigger on this one? Free Carrots is finally starting to step in. TP is going to be coming through though from both sides as the Dragon going low. Who gets a smite? It is going to be Verzik to take that one as the fight begins, and they just burn through Fruity Carrots. Cycle though trying to get away from Qiyana. She jumps back in looking for the fighter, but the damage doesn't have enough. And right now Shida in the mixer, able to get a bit of stalling time for the rest of the team. An even fight, but Dragon claimed once again for Verzik.
Yeah, you might be getting the gold, but you're setting a death timer for yourself if you're Nuclear Vikings. What were you thinking? Where was the Dragon pressure? They went away from the Dragon for just a moment's time, but there was a brand that Elephant in the Room managed to once again burn down that Drake so quickly. The smite fight ends to no one. For some reason, the Varus once again gets the steal, and now Verzik have a really strong tool at their disposal, and I'm not talking about the soul, I'm talking about the threat of the soul in 4 minutes time, because even if they decide not to go there, if they decide to just pressure any other lane, to just get a wave, to just get a Baron or anything, they're always pressuring with the soul.
We'll talk about pressuring. Tycho getting pressured very hard there from Nuclear Vikings. They found a straggler lurking and they pick up that kill. And I will say Nuclear Vikings, they've started to find a bit of a rhythm when it comes to those kills. They're starting to get themselves a little bit of an advantage, up about 1k gold. And they are having a bit of success with that tower rotation as well, right? They've taken mid, they've taken bot. They are slowly but surely accruing a bit of a lead. But as we said, that Dragon lurking, it is going to be a big problem, because it does feel like Verzik are going to have that option of, we want to fight right now, we want to fight over this objective, and Nuclear Vikings, they have to play the game.
Yeah, they have to play the game, they have to play the waves to a T to be able to continue pressuring. So far, they are playing the waves a tad better than Verzik. We see that in the top side, we see that when they're capturing stragglers left, right, and center. So they will have an extra advantage, and what we're going to be looking for the side of Verzik, for them to get back into the game swinging, is going to be some items. Now, what items do we expect? We expect the second and third item from Brand. Will it be, I don't know, Realize, Zhonya's, Malignance, you name it. And I think the Navori Quick Blitz for Tristana is a really big flag for them to start fighting the game, because then Tristana will have access to that attack speed steroid that is her Q always. It's going to be up as long as she gets to auto attack. She's going to get her explosive charges so faster, so many more of them as well, and of course the rocket jump.
Yeah. I feel like scaling, oh man, it's like, it's weird to see how quiet the game is, even though I feel like a lot has happened, right? But the scaling factor is still on my mind, right? I still have that little bit of worry for Nuclear Vikings that they need to up the tempo a little bit, right? They started off well, they've got some towers, they're opening up the map a little bit more, but I want to see them start to push that pressure. In this next 10 minutes, I feel like this is all theirs, right? They've got that really strong mid spike, but if they can't make things happen in a big way soon, I feel like the game just starts to go Verzik's way.
Yeah, and I think one of the first steps is vision control. I don't know if we can zoom out on the bottom side because Nuclear Vikings vision right now is very defensive. We see all of those. Oh, never mind. Varus is dead.
Varus going to be put to sleep and gone straight away. Sorenjay having absolutely zero opportunity to get out of that one alive. And with that pick, is there potential for Nuclear Vikings to set for Baron, right? It is on the board. They see the Shida is in the bot side with no TP as well. But they're not going to go for it. They're not going to pull on these strings just yet. And it makes me question, like, what are they kind of waiting for? I guess Dragon coming up in 1 minute 15?
Yeah, most likely, because do they actually have the damage for the Drake? Zoe deals absolutely zero damage to those neutral objectives. Xin Zhao is The Gwen deals like quite a nice chunk of damage. She can spam her snip, always will have the enhanced auto attack as well. But that's it. The Ezreal is not the best neutral subjective taker, so taking some picks is better maybe if you catch up the Nautilus. But they're just waiting, they're not pulling the trigger. They are kind of being overly cautious once again, I think.
Yeah, we'll see if that hesitation does start to bite them. But right now, bringing the TP, they want this dragon, right? They know that it's important. They do not want to be giving Infernal Soul over to the side of Verzik. And I do wonder, it looks like Verzik aren't as interested in this dragon as I thought they might be. Obviously, they're sending Shida up into that top side. Gives me a little bit of a question of whether they actually want to fight for this one. It feels like they might just claim these waves instead and say, you know what, you can have the Drake, we're just going to get some more gold.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was heading for. You are not winning the soul, per se, you're winning the threat of the soul. So the enemy team now has to commit 5 members. They have to commit so much tempo and time for them to be there and secure that objective. They cannot risk it. And now you get some free wave stop, you get some free vision in the top side, you make sure that the Baron is not being warded up, you get the enemy jungle in the top side, you're getting XP, you're getting gold, you're getting time, you're getting your brand closer to the second item, and all of that is worth way more than just a singular Infernal Drake for Nuclear Vikings right now, especially if somehow you manage to get someone more.
Yeah, Dusty there. Almost stepping a little bit too close to that bush, but he's going to be able to walk away. Obviously, Gwen, very elusive in general. As as you said, just happy to kind of trade that one over. Get some more gold in their pocket, open up the towers a little bit more, get the map more in their favor, set up wards around these objectives as well. And now actually just sending it on Baron.
No way they do it, right? They got leash from the Trucial Barrels, but that means that there's vision. There's so much poke from Nuclear Vikings if they manage to land anything.
Surely they turn here. It's 3k left on the Baron. They have to walk away from it. Immediately, goodbye to Tycool. That's the damage that we're talking about. Brody and Kiana absolutely slam the death button onto the mid laner of Verzik, and now Baron, which started up by Verzik, is now going into the hands of Nuclear Vikings, and I don't really know if there's a rebuttal that can be had from Verzik. They're just watching them take this Nash, and they are going to start to go for it, but it's a little bit late after. But can they get the kill? Kiana going to go down immediately. Right now the World Ender is procced, and Shida is trying to make it a reality. Fruity Karas holding the front line, but is it going to be enough? A lot of low members, but not a lot of people dying. As I say that, Lauai going to finally fall down as Brody trying to get out of this mixer.
Shida!
That could be another one, but this damage just too much. Going to force away the Aatrox. There will be 3 kills picked up, but again, the objective going over to Nuclear Vikings, and they got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, they gotta be really happy, but they gotta press the gas pedal right now, press it to the metal, because they don't have much time left. You saw Shida surviving there. Oh no, oh no, it's a disaster. Oh no, it's a disaster.
Down, set up to Cool for the double, potentially Dusty trying to get away. The flash forward, the kills there to Cool with the absolute pickup, and that is not what you wanted to see. All Baron buffs gone.
It's all gone. You're giving up back all the gold that you just took, and you're giving it to a Tristana, you're giving it to a Brand, you're giving more time to Shida. You had so much difficulty dealing with him, and now it's gonna be so hard, especially if Tycool gets this tower. Unfortunately for Nuclear Vikings, there's no objective bounties, there's no extra gold income for the side of Verzik, but Verzik, they're still there fighting, kicking, and making sure they don't go down without a fight.
And there's a lot of easy gold on the map, right? Getting this mid tier 1, getting the bot tier 1. It's easy for them to claim they're going to get both at the same time, and they almost evened the gold. It's now only 500 separating the two teams, and there is no Baron buff. they don't even need to worry about the split push potential from the side of the Vikings. And Verzik, they can play the slow game. Like we said, they've already got the Dragons. They're going to force Nuclear Vikings to go to Dragon Pit in 2 minutes. And they themselves can just say, hey, do we want more farm? Do we want to push for the top side? Do we want to try and set up a trap here or there, right? They can just play this out slowly, and it feeds into that narrative of they can keep the game rolling. Whereas Nuclear Vikings, they had a moment and they kind of let it slip.
I really like what Nuclear Vikings are doing right now, though. They need to stay together, place vision into the enemy lines or even behind enemy lines so that they can play the poke game. They need to be aware. Aware is the name of the game for them. They need to have all that fog of war, be able to give some angles for Zoe to find the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, or at least threaten the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. Give some angles to Ezreal to poke with his Shroud Barrage, with the Mystic Shot, and then they can play the game.
Ooh, here we go. Aggressive play in this bot side. Going to be able to absolutely nuke down Strangler. And they take the call with them as well. Is this the potential play? But Shida back in this fight now. Looking for
Shida
gets one immediately. And now Dusty is in trouble. We said it might be Gwen that could have an advantage against Aatrox, but it actually looks the other way. But the damage from Brody is so high. The Ezreal snaps and Aatrox is gone.
Yeah, and those snappy decisions are what they need to do. All that vision, let them know that there were 2 carries being isolated in the bottom side. Nuclear Vikings will not hesitate. They do commit in the bottom side. They managed to get 2 of those hyper carries out of the fray, and then they can still play the fight, even if Shida tries to be that legendary hyper carry, that big bad boss that you face in the end of the game. That's not it. And what's also nice is that they still have a front lane with Rutgard. He's still there. The itemization is nice with the Jaxo. That means that he's so tanky, and they don't allow Varus to play the game. There's no Muramana, and when you don't give the Lethality Varus time to poke, he's useless.
Dragon is spawning, and we see the Nuclear Vikings automatically moving themselves over to that one. No surprises here, but Verzik looming around this objective. It looks like they may actually want to contest it. It doesn't feel like they're giving this one up for free, and they've had a couple close fights, right? They have made these ones almost in their favor, and obviously in that last fight it wasn't a fair one. They were 2v5, then they were 3v5, and they almost made it into theirs. But right now, going forward, we talked about this poke. Kiana going to find a little bit of damage, not too much as Nautilus gets away, as the Dragon being shredded very quickly, but Shida stepping forward, forcing them back. Worldender used.
Look at Lokai!
By a bit of time at Lokai, as you said, going for the knock-up. There's the Varus gone, immediately taking out the Brand, as now they're stepping forward. Dragon is taken by the Brand! He got it from the death. I talked about the Karthus, and it comes back again. Oh my days, they're so picked up by Strangler in the weirdest way.
No way! No way, that's real! He picked it up with a passive, just scorching through the Drake. That's the soul for the side of Verzik, and even though they are defeated and running away with tail, tail behind the legs right now. Yeah, between the legs. They got what they wanted for. Now they have such a huge spike for the upcoming Baron fight. They can actually fight. They're close to actually completing some extra item. Varus 30 stacks away from the Muramana, 3 items strong. The Tristana gets that extra crit, gets that Hex Ringer. They are there. The Eclipse as well for Shida, who is strong, has that extra shield, and let's not forget, the Eclipse is not a lethality item any longer. It's a bruiser item.
And you said it earlier about, can the Ezreal carry the game? Well, this is the time that Brody has to show that they can, because they are 8-1. They're doing a lot of damage, but is it going to be enough? Can they take their team over the line? Poke needs to be set up. They need that vision, like you said a little bit earlier, right? Because if they get into a fight where it's all even Stevens, I feel like Verzik are just that little bit stronger.
Yep, they do look a little bit stronger. Now, they are grouped together. They're not giving Nuclear the advantage of folk. They know where they are, they know where to keep their eyes peeled. Gwen, of course, is in the side lane. She wants to keep pushing. She has that 3 item spike. She has that Nashor's Tooth. She is a menace against towers. But will Verzik find that fight? Will they find the poke? Will they find the engage to get that victory in the team fight and collect that Baron? Or Nuclear Vikings will play the War of Attrition? Quite right.
Baron has spawned. They've sent Dusty to that bot side to try and pressure. But right now, they are going to be able to get a pick here. This could be massive. Dokai going to be going down. And now the 4 versus 5. This should open up the potential for the Baron. But they've got to be careful because so much damage can still be landed. Brand using that Pyroclasm, half healthing multiple members.
Yeah, that Pyroclasm may be spent, but it's still so much good damage towards Nuclear Vikings, who are now hesitant to pull the trigger onto the Baron. Shida is there, he will give vision towards his team, but how will they contest? Strangler is so far away, and even with his flash, it's so hard for him to perform that miracle still again.
Right now, though, surely not. Surely we don't get 2 steals back to back like that.
Flashed.
But here we go, straight in, immediately removing Kiana, and Shida is just going ham. Fruity Karas trying to get one back, but not going to be able to do so. And the Baron might go over to the side of Nuclear Vikings, but how many can they keep alive? Shida searching, hunting for more to take off the map.
Yeah, but that's Baron for Nuclear Viking. Yes, they got 2 off the map, but they also got an inhibitor of the map, where Dusty was in the bottom lane, never pulled the trigger on the teleport, had faith in his team, and was actually victorious for it because they got so much more. They have 1 lane less to keep track of and can start pushing top and mid.
I love the phrase "pull the trigger." By the way, like I'm thinking like, oh, did Valorant and CS:GO, did they ever say that phrase? Because it would mean something very different. But
I
now,
think
yeah, go on.
I think the phrase there is trigger discipline, which Shida didn't have.
But right now, Dusty is absolutely mincing Shida there. Something we haven't seen too much this game, but Shida able to evade, stay very much alive, and Takul jumping into this fight as well. Has the Gwen started to find their moment of glory, but we do see an asleep Dokai, but this could have opened up. Roddy gonna have to flash away from Takul, almost going down themselves, and in a bit of a weird fight, Dusty, they need to go a little bit careful here.
What's going on?
Here comes Shida, going aggressive, Free Karas in the mix of it, just absolutely getting minced, as we finally see Nuclear Vikings falling back once again, but Kiana in the backline finding a little bit of success, will fall down as Soren J picks up a bit more damage.
Wait, what's going on? Who won the fight? Who picked the fight? What's going on? So many questions, I don't know what to answer. But Nuclear Vikings still have a Baron and 2 members, they can still keep pushing, there's no front line. I would say for the side of Verzik, but Shida is kind of a frontline, backline, assassin, whatever, anything. He's the on release. Also a Warlock for some reason. And what's the next play? Because you still have Baron for 1 minute. You don't actually have the members to push. You don't have your front line, your safety guard. And they're just getting some waves and recalling, as it seems.
Maybe that's why League stopped releasing monsters, you know? Like, they've gone for a more, like, humanoid look on a lot of champions, right? And I feel like maybe it's because, like, when they make a monster, they actually make a genuine monster. Like, Ornn is just everything in one. Aatrox is kind of similar in that respect. Like, so maybe they need to patch that one out. But either way, going back into this one, a new monster will be joining the Rift. Elder Dragon spawning in 37 seconds. And this is the biggest dragon that we're going to be fighting over, right? We saw how impactful it was in the last game. I feel like it's even bigger here, especially with the poke from Nuclear Vikings. If they get the Elder Drake, it would be a massive win for them.
The thing is, can they take the Elder Drake before they lose their base? Because there's so much base power, so many Shin auto attacks, the Lich Bane from Zoe, the Nazar's Tooth from Gwen. So if they ever actually decide to commit on the Drake, they need to be wary of their base. The Gwen is on Yorick duty. She has that graveyard shift, and she's shredding through the turret.
Shida just going for it, just sending it straight in. Pops the world ender, gets the aggression on to Dusty, but isn't going to be able to get close enough to them to kill them off, as right now the fight around Dragon has begun. Fruity Karas searching for a bit of poke, trying to give Brody a little bit of time. So we do see Kiana also looming, lurking, trying to find that one bubble to change it all. Doesn't manage to catch out Strangler, but he steps into it. But the rest of the fight is going on, and Lauai going very, very low, but manages to stay alive. Ezreal trying to get into
Gwen teleports! Gwen teleports!
You have to be careful because Kiana is in trouble. The Tristana goes to sleep, but Takul able to do that damage, picks up the mid laner, and Fruity Karas sending it straight back in. But Soren J has a lot of damage. You gotta be careful because here comes Takul and Brody. We talked about the Ezreal. Can't get enough. The damage damage is there to kill off the mid lane. No! As he just about sidesteps the arrow, but in the base, it is starting to get hairy because Dusty is picking up these waves, starting to push these towers, but Shida has had enough. The world
Shida
is open, and goodbye to the Gwen is what he's saying, but Dusty able to run away. The Ghost, the dashes, a little bit too much movement for the Aatrox. Is now onto the Dragon. It is going to be picked up by the side of Verzik. A messy set of plays, Rev.
Oh, it's so messy, I can hear it called Ankara Messi, but what's going on once again? Because the fight was picked by Nuclear Vikings and was turned around. They never managed to get on top of one target. Qiyana was strangled from the rest of the team, and that means that 3 members have the Elder Drake from the side of Verzik. Can they actually do anything with it? They still have one inhibitor open, they have one Nexus tower down because Dusty did commit to the teleport to try and do the backdoor, but Shida never left the base exposed. He was there to defend it, almost got the kill as well, and now the inhibitor is back up. They can start pushing. Can they actually, though, find the fights? Can the Nautilus prove himself useful and get the pick to start the chain reaction?
40 seconds on the Baron with the Elder Dragon active as well. They will have it for about another 40 seconds if I can do maths properly, maybe even a minute, as the Baron has spawned. But they got to look at that bot lane, right? We got to be careful of Dusty on that split push because it's caused such big problems so far. As we now see Shida getting a bit aggressive onto Lauai, but Rakan just so slippery.
Yeah, he's one of those slippery picks, the Hillsang picks. He always likes them. Slippery and mobile, agile, sorry. Tycho will get the tower. They will try to push, but both of those teams are now overly cautious, and now I cannot blame them. Any single mistake can cost you the game, can cost you that extra point, and both of those teams are starting firm at 1-4. They're so far away from the playoffs, and they need every single win they can find.
40 seconds still left on Elder Drake means that it's going to be an easy Baron take. But the side of Verzik and Nuclear Vikings not really having too much to say about it, and they're starting to get pushed back in as well, which means that we've seen a lot of pressure from them. We've seen them have that threat on the base, and it starts to feel like it is all going the way of Verzik in these closing stages. Is there another rebuttal from Nuclear Vikings? Can Brody be the Ezreal to carry a game?
It's so hard. There's a reason where Ezreal is not being picked as a hyper carry. It's a really strong pick. We see him 0 cooldown on his Mystic Sword, especially if he hits it so much AD. But you never control your damage properly. The enemy frontline can tank it while you are being focused and cannot do anything about it with the enemy auto attackers. Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Ooh, Qiyana needs to be careful. Gets hooked in. Lauai, though, going into the backline. Gets the knock up onto Tycho. Is that enough? No, it's not. And Shida in the front, just absolutely smashing down the World Ender, giving enough damage, but will be taken out. Dusty now the next one.
It's over.
A 4 versus 3 as we go into the base. Tokai has to be careful. Brody still with a lot of damage, but it's not enough. It's not enough to pick up the kills and put the threat into Verzik as they keep stepping forward. Qiyana looking again, but not finding. Brody taking a lot of damage from Soren J. The Varus, as you said, can poke back just as hard. And they're moving towards these final inhibs. Can they take it? The tower will fall. Will it be the second? The spells were going flying out a little bit wide. Not going to catch up through carrots. But a tough defense here. Brody, do they have the damage? Qiyana looking for the shot. Will get one, but is it enough? Soren Strangler. Now the last 2 alive. The damage.
Wait, Brody!
Brody is absolutely destroying through the side of Verzik and will force them back once again. Qiyana looking for the final pick.
Oh!
Get it, and Strangler with the kill. The damage, the burn from Brand is just too much.
Oh, Brody missed the Q. That means he has no E for an extra second. Can he actually catch up, Brody? No, there's a Cinder, an Infernal Cinder, and that means that he's out and away, and there's nothing to be gained from Nuclear Vikings except for time. Oh, he tried to predict the reset, but it was not there. They're still trying to chase.
Very close up of the Baron there. The Void's logo. There's I definitely want to see the numbers that Brody has put out this game.
I don't know, the numbers, J-Real, do they even mean anything? What do they mean? What's a 23-24 scoreline? That's the average Nuclear Vikings game for you. Do you actually think they can turn this back?
It's hard. It's really, really tough because the thing is the Brody is putting out so much damage. But then when we look at it in a straight up team fight, it just feels like there's so much more momentum for Verzik to just step forward into the side of Nuclear Vikings. And there isn't as much rebuttal. With Nuclear Vikings, they just need time. They need time to kind of work the team fight into their favor. And I feel like Verzik, if they get the right engage, they're not going to give them any time.
Yep, and if the Brand managed to get his spells land on top of you, it's over, honestly. There's nothing to do. You're getting burned, you're just like a forest. Staying there. Average Greece
The forest
experience in
burns
summer. In Greece, yeah. And
fair
oh
enough.
wait!
Sheeta, though, the one getting burned, absolutely destroyed. Almost one shot. But we'll be able to get away, but maybe not all of them as the sleep does go the Brand. Having a little bit of a dream. Not going to wake up to a nightmare, though, fortunately. As they are able to step back. And it's that stage of the game, Rev. Everyone can get killed.
Yeah, everyone can get killed, and especially with the help of an Elder Drake, which respawns in 25 seconds time. It's been that long in the game, 41 minutes. We're getting a banger of a game. Both teams can actually do it. One good smite, one bad right click. Everything can win and lose you the game. Everything is at the edge of a knife.
Ooh, Fruity Carrots needs to be careful there, getting caught out by a bit of poke damage from the Brand. Sheeta, similar position there, needing to dodge and dive away from Kiana, who's going to try and send it to Cool, taking a big chunk onto their health bar. And you've also got to look at that top wave, though. It is starting to push into the base. I'm thinking about, is there a TP angle? Is there a backdoor potential for the side of Verzik? Because they are just going to start walking up mid. They're going to say, you know what, you can go to Drake. We're just going to walk away. But Dusty now getting caught out, getting taken out. And Brody going to go down in the GA as well. The absolute carry that we've talked about all game is falling. And now Fruity Carrots stepping forward, going to get bursted up. But Sheeta in the backline coming through. The world is ending from this Aatrox. They will close out multiple members. They will force Kiana away, and Verzik will walk into the base to claim victory.
Yeah, and you don't need to worry about the back door if you can just go through the front door. That's the enemy porch was straight open. They welcome you with a cup of hot cocoa. I don't know what happened there, but somehow Verzik managed to cling into the game and turn back with the second Elder Drake, because that threat, once again, the threat of the Drake won Verzik the game.
Yeah, it's like the waves were pushing in top, the waves were pushing in mid. They had the advantage. They said, look, you got to take a few seconds to say it's Elder Dragon. We can just run into your base, finish off the Nexus, and you're not even there in time. So a really nice play from Verzik. They played around that advantage. And as we said, it's unfortunate. I feel like Brody had such a good game, but Ezreal just can't carry, Rev.
Yep, it's really hard for him. He cannot control always where his damage will land. He cannot have his huge moments like a Jinx can, or I don't know, an Aphelios can. There's something missing. He's a carry, but there's no hyper at the front of it. So very well played by the side of Nuclear Vikings and especially Ezreal, but there was something lacking, and that's Champ Diff.
Either way, let's bring my desk back. We're going to say goodbye to you, Rev. We'll see you soon on the UKEL. But let's bring the desk back in to join me to break down that game, because damn, let's have a look at the stats, man. I told you, Brody, doing so much damage. 52,000, almost 12,000 ahead of anyone else in the game. Although my math is not correct, it's actually like almost 9,000 ahead of Strangler. But it's a lot, right? 52k to then not come away with the win. It's a little bit sad.
I mean, we were saying it, me and Recollect, we were like, Brody, man, you are so strong. You are insanely strong right now. Step up, do something. In some of the big team fights, he was playing them a little bit back reserved. That's the way you play Ezreal, fine. But we'll get to this a little bit later on. Around that Elder, where there are two carries, they are solo. Strangler nearly straight up dies to the Elder, and Brody just sits back and doesn't get involved. I mean, he had to just step up there. He was full health, did so much damage, was 4 items, I think, plus a Vampiric at that point, so like nearly full build. Didn't step up, just let the other team pick themselves up an Elder, which they then turned into a Baron, which lost them the game.
It's rough. It's rough out here. That's late game League of Legends. You know, anyone can win. If there were some really good moments for Nuclear Vikings, they were starting to take the tempo, right? We said at the start of the game, it felt a little bit tough, right? It felt like Verzik were kind of having that edge. They were winning those fights. And then in that mid game, Nuclear Vikings started to wake up. They started to win some fights. They started to bring back the game. Yes, there was the dragon, but we'll talk about that later. But at the same time, closing it out, it just feels like Verzik just had that little extra sauce, recollect.
Free my boy, he's ELO held. It was one of those where I don't know. The way the game ends, just it breaks my heart because it's one of those where you just see two people get caught mid, and it's just the solo queue special. Like you're like, we can win. We're getting to this climax. We're gonna have the my team's all dead, and I'm just sad.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was one of those where I think Verizon did a really good job of punishing and finding angles in situations where there wasn't that many. But I do think a large amount of this did come down to Vikings' mistakes. I'm in two minds here because I on the one hand, great job to Verizon to as I say, to get that win, but it breaks my heart. It really does because I wanted Vikings to take this one. I really did. I thought they had it for the longest time, and then they just decided to make like the Super Bowl and yeet that away. Like it's just kind of sad.
Verzik, though, they did look good. I think they've been stepping up. Let's have a little look at some of the players from the game. Let's bring in the first VT, right? Recollect, it's 15 minutes. It's a tower dive bot. Talk to me about this play.
So the most important thing about this play to me is what it meant for the rest of the map. Because when this play is going down, you have your jungler soloing the top side here for the Vikings. So it's mission survival. And when you look at the blue side that's actually attempting this dive, there's not that much tankiness within the members themselves. You have the Nautilus, yes. You've got this amount of damage coming through from the Brand, but there's not a lot of actual pure tankiness. So when you see the CC come through, great stuff from Laorai, there's no real follow-up on the initial engage, and suddenly you've got Strangler taking way too much damage, gets chunked out, and with this great usage of TP, you've managed to survive the bot side, gain advantage, plus Herald gets taken, mid tower gets taken off of that. Combine that with obviously the waves that are then getting denied and the camp XP that was being lost while you're doing this whole thing. It's a massive gold shift here coming through for the Vikings. I thought they were in it to win it from that moment onwards.
Yeah, they did have a strong hold. Even in some of the later stages when they had those split pushes going on around the Barons, there was a lot of potential for them to win it, but they just couldn't close that door, which is a little bit of a story for them. But let's go to the other highlight that we do have this game. Let's bring up this VT, because I feel like we can't talk about this game without talking about that dragon.
Yeah. That dragon. This is soul right here. This is soul point for Verzik, and they shouldn't pick this one up because, as you can see, Nuclear Vikings just walk in and start bullying them out. The Brand gets killed. Cool, there's no jungler. But look, that Brand though, it spreads and it spreads and it spreads, and they stand right on top of the Drake as they have it. The Brand, he's back in base. He's in the fountain. He's shopping right now, and he just took that Drake. If it's the first Drake, you're like, dang, that sucks. If it's the second or third, you're like, guys, we cannot keep doing that. But giving that soul over, an infernal soul, I think those later game teamfights came down to the fact that in the brawls, in the madness that some of those teamfights were, you just dealt extra damage. You just had that extra bit of damage that you get off of that infernal soul. And the fact that it isn't that you get outsmoked, it's a 50-50 smite fight, whatever. Nah, you take that ult from the Brand, you take it into the pit, you decide to start hitting on that Drake, and 50-50 it with a dead Brand and lose. Man, that one feels rough.
It does indeed, but that is kind of the story of the game. Verzik pick up another win. They keep that snowball alive. Nuclear Vikings, they're looking for the Ragnarok to some of these teams, but it's not happening just yet. With that being said, that is going to be all from me. I'm going to dip off. We're going to come back with a whole new desk to break you through the last two games.
pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 on it.
Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you, man, really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you, the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you, man, really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you, the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
And welcome back, one and all, to the Four Nations by UKEL. We've already had 2 banger sets of the day, and we are here to bring you 2 more. I'm Dalex, I'm joined by Doctor and Trajan. Say hello, guys.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Don't do that. I'm trying to make a connection. Don't spin my words into a pun. How dare you? But we've got some fun stuff to go over today. We've got 2 sets coming up that the 3 of us, can't count, will be talking about. Let me quickly grab them in front of me. Our first one of the night is Lions Creed versus Venom Crest. Then after that, we have Paragon versus, I believe, is it Belfast? I think.
Yes.
So. Actually, some banger matches coming up. Our first one of the night is the first one I said. Lions Creed versus Venom Crest. Big deal. Right, guys? Like, this is a matchup between the 2 powerhouses of this tournament so far.
Yeah, this is like the marquee match of the day for my money for sure. They're both currently lossless, but for I think Lions Creed has a pretty big asterisk next to it. You know, they haven't lost a game, but they've certainly lost a lot of plays. They certainly flubbed a lot of early games, but they do always get the win at the end of the day. Whereas Venom Crest, they are just kind of clean across the board. I would be expecting them to keep showing that today, but who knows? Maybe the Lions Creed clutch factor is enough to even take down Venom Crest.
I mean, Lions Creed, they're just simply my goats. A lot of times we come into, I come into tournaments like this, and I'd like, fellas, you know what? I haven't been watching, like the Div 2. There's some names here that, I was, out of the scene for a little bit. I don't know. Lions Creed, I'm seeing these guys at Insomnia, every 6 months. And every 6 months they turbo smurf it, and it goes great for me because I get a day rate and they get the games done in 20 minutes each, and they win a best of 5 in only 2 games because we play a weighted finals. So I have a great time when these guys turn up. Bust, I'm excited to see, but for the rest of them, they've been doing absolute wonders. Although I believe at the last Insomnia, not the last Insomnia, the one before that, I think Heathen didn't go. And it looked maybe a little bit shakier, but I'm seeing that Heathen's back on board. Heathen and Spark, a menacing bot lane, and Heathen and Porp as well. Excellent pair of playmakers.
I think it's kind of telling that they don't have a coach when at this level. They're just so synergized. These players, they don't need it. Like a lot of the coaches at this level are helping teams gel and synergize well together and maybe cluing them up a bit on strong meta and strategy. I don't think Lions Creed needs that. People like Porp and QQR, they've been around for so long. They know each other like the backs of their own hands. Like, you just don't really need that extra guidance.
I want to say it's been genuinely 5 or 6 years that this team has been together in some capacity. At the very least, like Spark and Heathen as a bot lane, at least since I want to say 2019. QQR and Porp since I think 2018 when QQR was going by Sean. If you remember the UK Proving Grounds that was in 2017 or 2018, back when we ran that one. That was QQR and Porp's first showing together. They were going crazy of it. I say going crazy. They were playing Hecarim Orianna every single game, but God, did it work. And so these guys, they know each other. They know each other inside out. We don't need a coach. We all make the same plays.
Now, we've spent a lot of time bigging up Lions Creed, and frankly, they deserve it. A lot of interest on a lot of their players. There's a couple stars on the team, but they all kind of carry their own weight. But I think it's time to draw some attention to a couple of the hindrances. After all, these are the two biggest teams going at one another right now. We got some clips to show of the kind of thing I'm going to be talking about. But basically, Lions Creed, we've put a lot of interest on them in the past few weeks, where they're this team that is really, really good at playing the late game. They have shaky starts, and then when they pull to mid or late, they group up, they use that synergy we mentioned, and they explode out the gate. The only issue is this going to be a problem against the other top fragging team on the roster? What do you guys think?
I think that was a questionable Corki package, just off the top of my head. But, yeah. Oh my God. I mean, look, we've seen it a couple of times from them, where, again, especially Insomnia, where it's there's a bit of a lane diff every so often. And then somehow they just make it happen. I don't know how. Ask Don Jake, right? Fitting because it's the clip of Ruddy. But it happened again at I-70, where Don Jake was screaming. He's popping off in the crowd because Ruddy were winning so hard. He sat behind them and going yeah, lads, get in. And then I'm saying that's because it's still during it's not the finals at this point. It's just the Open. And I'm 20 minutes past. I'm I haven't heard Don Jake for a while. I walk over and he's just head in his hand, not making a peep, does not want to disturb them anymore. And I don't think they ended up winning that one. So, so somehow, I don't know how there's this tilt proof, but even when Lions Creed, fall behind early on, they just figure it out. And I don't, it's been 5 years and I don't know how.
Yeah, perhaps there is a little bit of the comfort that plays against them there when they just feel we're going to work it out. We're going to be fine. We've done this 10,000 times. We're 4, 5, 12-time Insomnia champions. We're just going to make it work. And perhaps they're maybe not thinking too hard about some of these plays or maybe misjudging them. But I guess we'll see if Venom Crest can actually poke a hole in that. Because if anyone's going to do it, I think Venom Crest are.
It's the nice way to put it, in my opinion, right, is that they are this functional unit of 5 players that, explodes out the gate. They're really good when they're together, but when separated, they fall apart a little bit. They need each other to lift each other up. But that's enough about Lions Creed. Let's take a look at Venom Crest, who's on your screens right now. Now, this is pretty unequivocally at this point the behemoth of Four Nations by UKEL at this current point in time. We've got a very fun statistic supplied to us by production. They have yet to lose a tier 2 turret. If that's factually correct, all of a sudden I'm a lot more scared of this team than I was before. I've seen a Lions Creed, I had a lot of faith for them, still do, but that's a scary stat to know.
Yeah, like, it just, teams are never going to get enough map control to even, like, get a Herald and crack an inner. That is crazy, man. Venom Crest have really been just controlling all across the map. We can see on that roster, though, they have Little Pants subbing in the support, so any OG UKL watchers will know this name. And, you know, subbing in for Fastlegged, I think it's a fairly decent sub. I think they can both fill fairly similar roles, but this could be something that might, you know, destabilize that bot lane, at least for Venom Crest in this match.
I'm trying to remember, what was it? Was it like last split there was a substitution coming in for one team, and it was like Little Pants played ADC instead of support, and there was like an AD main played support.
Did they bring Fuyu and Little Pants in by any
I think it was Fuyu. Yeah, I think it was Fuyu came back, but Fuyu played support.
He's always around, man. You can't get rid of Fuyu.
It's like someone swapped. It was like the team didn't have their top laner and their bot laner and their support.
Yeah.
And so it's like, right, we'll bring in Fuyu. Fuyu will play support. Our AD will play top, and Little Pants will play AD or something like that. It just like did not make a lot of sense. But I remember being surprised at how well it worked. So now when I see Little Pants, you know, as a substitution coming in, I'm like, fellas, let's just because it says support on the little on the logo there, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I mean, one of the cool things is that we actually do have a couple teams like that in this season. We've actually got one coming up in the next match, but I'm going to leave the veil of mystery on that talking point until we reach it. So for now, there is this upcoming match. Lions Creed, Venom Crest, both these powerhouses, and we have got the draft through. We established while we're in this talking phase, Lions Creed is a big team battling unit. Venom Crest, they seem to be thriving especially if they pick Lions Creed apart and kind of like take engages that can pick people off one by one. And as I'm saying that out loud, I'm seeing Rakan, I'm seeing Jace, I'm seeing Gwen, I'm seeing Vi, and I'm like, oh, this is the team that they want for playing against Lions Creed, right?
This is kind of the Venom Crest special, honestly, in multiple lanes. I think they've gotten a really good draft for themselves. I must say, I like that Lions Creed denied the Maokai first pick. This is something that Fastlegged have been doing absolute dirty business on this champion, was such a pivotal part of starting every fight correctly, engaging so well. Little Pants on the Rakan, he can still fulfill a similar role, but I think Maokai is just kind of S triple plus tier right now, so denying that one is nice. Pulp on the Corki is also good, but I think the Venom Crest do have a lot of their comfort priors, and these are the picks that can win the lane so hard that they never lose an inner. You know what I mean?
God, I'm trying to think how this one plans out then, because you got some pretty menacing poke coming out from the Venom Crest side, and the second you get someone low, boom, you're in, right? It's just, you know, Rakan's in, Vi's in, it's over. You are converting all of those kills, but then I don't know. I'm looking over. I'm like, okay. We've got, we've got Corki and K'Sante. They're kind of chilling up in those lanes. You know, you can just hang out. Magic Resist suddenly a lot better. Gwen is losing a lot of the strength that she had before, where you just couldn't really build Magic Resist early. So K'Sante can kind of chill out up there. And so maybe we just get free scaling coming through for a Corki. Maybe K'Sante gets his items, he starts going off and tearing it up. Maybe the Braum disengages enough. So I think these dudes, I don't know, I look at the comps and I'm like, these are looking pretty solid. They're looking pretty evenly matched. One thing to note, of course, is that I'm not 100% sure if these are the comps. Because
the draft has
been a bit jumbled to try to figure out. I think that the picks are all good and it's the bans that are wrong. And so we'll go ahead and see if the Gwen and the Maokai stick around. But even if they don't, I mean, there's other stuff you can replace them with and the comps still work relatively the same.
Cool, so the draft is currently being repaired. There might have been some discrepancies there. So what we're going to do is we're going to take what we just saw, dock it in the back of our minds, and hope that not much changes so our talking point's still there. But if it does change, we got even more we can talk about, right, guys? Like, it's fine.
Yeah. Of course, we get to talk about 2 drafts in one game. We're the winners here, you know?
Exactly.
We just get to do twice as much analysis.
Unless you have 2 drafts.
Little bit greedy. I would be interested though, because obviously, I don't know about you guys, but obviously, like, K'Sante is a staple pick nowadays in kind of like top level play. Gwen, I actually like, for someone who is like kind of ranked solo queue demon, right? don't actually see her much get played at this kind of level. I don't know if there's really been much Gwen played in Four Nations so far. So if that one is factual, I want to look into that one because I'm super interested. The point I was going to make was the pick order, because the intel that they had when they picked Gwen, if it is the truth, was Maokai, Corki, Cassante. And I'm seeing that Maokai, Corki, and I'm thinking, like, Gwen is immune. Like, yeah, your laning phase is going to suck, but when it comes to the later game, that's two of their, like, harder hitting carries just gone off the table, right?
Having go for it, Doctor.
I was gonna say, look, I think the lane's not gonna like suck for us. It's gonna be doing okay. It's just like, not gonna get the turbo stomp that you want. And there it is. We get it locked in. The champions are correct. It was the bans that were wrong, and that's all well and good. So the comps have not changed. The other thing is, like, look, from what we hear, Kenji, bit of a 1v9 machine. Likes to stomp it, likes to go side lane. And I remember, again, last split, it wasn't Kenji. But there was who was it? Who's the Fiora? Is it Verzik? Was it Lars? I think it was Lars that had this, like, Gwen game, and it was going kind of rough. He got, like, super focused because that's what you did versus Verzik, and then they're like, okay, great, we've got top ahead. Now it's time to, like, we're all gonna go bot or something. And then it's like, oh, Gwen's just got 4 turrets and has 3 items and is 1v5ing in your base. And Kenji and Lars, they seem to be two pretty similar players, right? So I think even if the Gwen gets back, that might be a possibility where you just pick up those 2 tier 2s very quickly, boom, it's over.
Cool. It does sound like we're about ready to get it straight into it. So we're going to be throwing this over to two beautiful casters as they take it away for our third game of the night.
And yes, we are here, but of course you won't see our faces just yet. My name is Orbital. With me is Black Bloxer. After going from the desk over here to the casting desk, we are excited to go ahead and get into this one. I mean, Bloxer, this one has a special place. I mean, this can easily determine the top standings here. These two are currently fighting for first and second in the placings as we are heading back into that second side of the round robin. I mean, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I think this is a fascinating first place matchup because despite the fact that when you look at these two teams and you see 5-0, 5-0 beside both of them, they are very, very different in the way that they play. The desk was doing a brilliant job of outlining why. Venom Crest, the same way that most Venom Crest comps are, this organization just creates teams that are so good at controlling the map and just squeezing you out of a game. They are calm and collected and they just know when to pick a fight, always have more members to every single fight. Lions Creed are not like that. They rely on the fact that they are just better than you are. And I think that these compositions we've got right now reflect that quite a lot. Lions Creed, they tend to have struggling early games that really flourish later on. They've got a lot of good late game scaling that can really come to fruition later on in the game. But I always worry whenever I see this kind of composition where when you have players as good as Porp and QQR and Spark are, if you manage to get ahead with this Lions Creed composition, I don't really know what Venom Crest can do.
It's very hard to shut that down, right? And I think that is something that, we see such an early game meta in some areas, right? You go ahead and take a look and you're like, oh, okay, early game compositions, you like the early game aggression, you like to take over, and then, I mean, do you have a plan afterwards, right? It's just like, oh, there's a question. So for Venom Crest, that will be the testament of time here. Hey, how are you going to actually run them out? Now, granted, I do expect Venom Crest to be like, we got a plan. Don't worry about it. And it may or may not be tempered through that top lane. It was pointed out that Lions Creed Academy currently have, I wouldn't say super weak or anything like that, but a point of weakness in Bus. But granted the Cassante, that is a great way to overcome that issue.
It's really hard to take out a Cassante now, isn't it? You can just sit in the backline and live for so long. Such a funny champion where it looks like you're about to kill him, but actually he still has several thousand HP, and is also dealing about that much damage to your backline at the exact same time. That being said, Gwen, if she can pop off, is just such an incredibly strong champion. We saw it in the previous game, where Gwen being able to get into the side lanes was so pivotal. It didn't end up winning in the end, so that might be a little bit of foreshadowing for this game as well. But yeah, the top lane is definitely a situation where there is a weakness. Now, that is not to say that Bust is bad. What that is to say is that Porp and QQR and Spark are just nuts. Porp specifically, he's like the man of UK League of Legends. I think that's probably a fair thing to say. I've interacted with him a lot through University Esports, but Doctor's interacted with him a lot through watching him at live events, at Insomnias. So he's all over the shop, and he is so good. He's been on an absolute tear recently. The fact that this Lions Creed comp managed to get so many of these players is really good for them. That being said, expectations of one thing, what actually happens in the game is just a little bit more important. You can see a heavy push bot lane, and that might be punished. Bartholdi is on his way down.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also by the fact that Lions Creed also started on the opposite side. Junglers kind of rounded out, and this should have been notified to the bottom side. Heathen and Spark should understand that they are in a dangerous spot. Heathen actually running a little bit inverse into the river, but a good flash for Flash comes out, and that's going to be the tempering. Heathen says, I got you, bro. I'll go ahead and hang in time, but Spark says, I want to keep fighting. Going ahead and popping a little bit closer to that volley. Very well done, though. However, Summoner Spell win for the side of Venom Crest.
Yeah, you managed to get yourself a flash. You are trading it for the flash off of the Rakan, but obviously Rakan, a very mobile champion. That being said, Bartholdi is still sort of hovering around in the area, fully on vision. Just going to pick himself up that Scuttle Crab. And
there it is.
Yeah, just take out these wards. Going to be well aware. You're not going to be too displeased with what happened in this situation as Lions Creed. Only blowing the flash onto your AD carry is not the end of the world. During all of that time, Porp hovered around the top side, but it was unlikely that he was really going to be able to find a gank onto the Gwen. It's quite tricky to get on top of her. Just getting a couple of camps ahead. Nobody's going to get double scuttled or anything, but both these junglers now are towards the bottom side of the map without a reset. You've got just under 2 minutes until that first set. Just under a minute until those Krugs. Krugs? Come on.
We're having a time here. We were talking about the fact that, the Super Bowl just happened here in NA. We were like, hey, it's a good time. And we were both like, we're running on fumes here. Yeah. But it is.
Cool. Grubs.
I mean,
Grubs is the word.
Yeah.
Less than a minute until the Grubs spawn. You'll now see the recalls coming through. Bartholdi is going to be able to recall first and probably head towards that top side. You're just going to be behind the tempo a little bit as Porp, but he is going to get back to base with an extra couple of camps under his belt, so a slightly better recall.
I will say, I mean, this game, it's starting off a little bit slow, but we like this. This is controlled, slow-paced action. It is very much, hey, we are going to analyze a lot of these moments and say, what can we get? And you can see here, Brian going ahead and moving around, trying to get vision down. This is the point where the supports do start roaming, do start trying to get up towards that top side. Bartholdi, of course, saying, hey, I'm already on the Grubs. We may not need that much help. And Pop, for all that we gave value to, as you said, is a little bit behind here, a little bit questionable. Allowing Kenji to now roam down means that this is now a 3v2 on top of this Grubs, and I don't think Lions Creed actually want to adjust into it. Pop is going to walk forward, just spot it out, say there's 3. Maybe we can just on the bot side, but that's going to be the call. Flash out, Pop in a dangerous scenario. This is a problem. First blood. That is a huge pickup. It goes the way of Brian, but you know what? Still first blood, putting the enemy jungler at risk.
Yeah, just weird little play there from Porp, being behind the tempo to try to get up towards those Grubs, then deciding not to just head towards the bot side of the map. It would have been very risky to have tried to pick yourself up that Drake. You don't really have that bot lane prio that you really need to be able to pick it up, but still, going top. Oh, hang on, Roskilde's just going to die.
Oh, wait. QQR almost going down, but, sometimes not getting the kill forces them to take a little bit more time. Roskilde does have TP, though. That was very, very close.
So close. If that had been a kill right there, it would have been absolutely huge for QQR. He's been just insane. I mean, we lay so much praise onto Porp, and for good reason, but I think QQR might actually be the single most standout mid laner that we've had. Some of the performance has been absolutely insane. Obviously, Corki not the flashiest, but get a good package into the back line, land plenty of those rockets as well, and QQR could be in a really good spot to be able to carry this game. First blood going over to the support, not ideal, but, support lives matter too, and still, it's more important that you get the Grubs, you pick up a kill onto the enemy jungler, and just delay a little bit Porp, because Porp was picking himself a little bit of a CS lead, but because he was so delayed, he ends up losing his life. Then you're able to just slow things down a little bit, and Bartholdi's got to be pretty happy with the way that this early game's gone so far.
I would even say, Pop is running that standard first strike, right? And so, getting the kills no matter what, it's all about trying to get an advantage over, and in jungle it's always about the timing as well. Try and put the behind in the camp clear, try and put them back and behind in terms of getting to the enemy lane. It's so many little pieces here that I really do enjoy, that getting that kill helps to encompass. Now on the bot side though, Venom Crest are trying to get some value of their own. Right now, even with that early aggression back and forth, Spark and Heathen are actually holding fairly steady. Looking at the CS numbers, it's been good on the top side though. Bartholdi says, I'm joining in on this top. Bust, though, goes ahead and easily exits this fight. Not a moment to lose. Did lose that Ghost as well. But, I mean, it's a Cassante, right? We talked about how tanky this champion is.
Yeah, just really good use of the abilities
Really?
to keep himself alive, although stepping up right now. You know that Bartholdi's in that bush, right?
Yeah, like, recall's 8 seconds. There's no way you waited 8 seconds, right?
No, it's all good though. It does look like Pulp is going to be heading straight onto this Drake though. Bartholdi has taken a reset, is going to be heading his way down. Good mid lane control, good bot lane control means this is not a particularly risky Drake take. You're just behind a little bit on items if it did come down to a 1v1 between junglers, but you've done a really good job as Lions Creed to be able to ensure that that's not the case. Great vision around the spot side is going to mean that sure, you do lose those grubs in your life in the top side, you should be able to pick yourself up this Drake relatively easily. Being said, you know, people are hovering around, always makes me a little nervous. Nah, it's going to be all good. It's going to be grubs to one and Drake to the other. Early game, although it's been pretty back and forth so far, I don't think anybody's really been able to pick themselves up that big advantage. To be fair though, both of these compositions I think would like to get themselves 2-3 items before they really want to be popping off.
I mean, if we're looking down the lanes and saying, hey, there's a champion that does want to hit instead of 3, maybe 2, where would you be looking, Bloxer? Because, I mean, like, there has to be a breaking point, right? Now, I understand you can't just reach that 30-minute and be like, yeah, we all got 4 items. Let's just really secure that, that mid to late.
That'd be nice, wouldn't
But if there's a point... I know, right? But if there's a point for one of these players, which player do you assume would actually be the one to break out earlier and we see that explosive lead start to build?
2 items? Ooh, hang on.
Yeah.
I think they're all good. Yeah, this one's just gonna... Arrow misses. You can't keep chasing this one. They do anyway.
Okay, well, okay. Okay. Well, I'm trying to pass a question to my co-caster, and they just don't want
Spark?
to. They're running
Spark?
quite low, and that's going to be a flash in, flash for flash, and Spark wins it out. A dive on the tower, and you live. What? Oh my gosh, this is getting silly. And now in the jungle side, man, I'm trying to set things up. We were wondering about how it goes, and now they're just fighting it out. Now comes the greatest pop, flash away, and then Twisted advances in. Now Kenji's in for a little bit of advance. QQR getting chunked out, but Kenji is in a little bit of dire straits. You can take a look at the HP difference, and QQR has the HP on that side as well. The grubs are hitting the wrong targets. One I can do it. The grubs are making it work. Big missile doesn't land, but the finish with the sapling. Are you kidding me? Pop gets a kill from the grave. Bloxer, I asked you, what happens? What's the craziness? What's the silliness?
No!
And then it's seal of the grub. It's not 4. I don't think it's 5, it's 4. But still, what craziness is occurring?
Oh my god. Heathen, walk away. Just know. Bad. Stop. Colors deserve to talk, play-by-plays deserve to breathe, okay? Stop. Okay, so bot lane, that was the most insane dive I've ever seen. I know that Spark is a really good ADC, but maybe I needed to lay even more respect onto his name because that dive was straight up, no joke, psychopathic. That was completely insane. Your support even lost 90% of his health, but they just kept pushing up. Spark knows that he can get a kill, goes straight under tower, doesn't take a single turret shot. That juggling of the aggro was just incredible, and you now put yourself in a situation where you've got that Kraken completed. Spark is in such a strong position, and then you get some craziness mid lane into those Krugs where it was back and forth. It should have been Lions Creed picking themselves up another one, but you steal it away somehow as Little Pants. And the sapling kill. I mean, nothing is better. Nothing brings me more joy, I think, than a fadeaway sapling kill. And it's like when you think you've survived on a sliver of HP and you walk into a Teemo Shroom, but this Teemo Shroom chases you about. And that was just beautiful. But crazy plays overall. And you come out of that situation really no different to where you started. The gold overall is pretty much even. Like you said, nobody's picked up 5 or 6 of those grubs, so it's not the end of the world either way. I think the main thing is going to be this bot lane, because the Ashe, when you said, who can really pop off at 2 items, I don't think the Ashe is that champion. I think the Ashe wants the 3 items, but if you're able to get this first one completed already and you're that accelerated in the game, that is huge. As for as we were trying to talk about before, the 2-item spikes, I think the Roskilde and Bartholdi are where you really want to be looking for that. This Jace can deal so much damage with 2 items, and if you can get a full engage, you can 100-0 QQR once you have those 2 items completed. Got that first item, the Eclipse, done now, so we'll see what he's working towards second, and if you're going to be in a position as this Jace, to really stop the fact that I think Lions Creed are in a pretty strong position right now.
It feels like it. They feel a little bit more in control. What they're not in control of, though, is this Dragon Vision. You can take a look. Massive warding job by Venomcrest to go ahead and control that river. So in a minute, we might see another aggressive point, and you were talking about it, right? The item differences coming in here. Not only that, Bartholdi has been more than willing to fight, now has a Black Cleaver in pocket, if we're talking. And Bartholdi's been more than willing to just kind of pull the trigger with that ult, right? We see multiple times, it doesn't really result in a kill, but it's at least an attempt. And around an objective that forces everyone to you, that's like the perfect time for a Vi to get a bit antsy.
Yeah, it really is. Bartholdi knows it, is stepping way up, looking to get even more vision, and this is the way that Venomcrest like to play. They are so good at setting up vision, making sure that they are taking the correct team fight for themselves, and I feel like we're already getting a show of this. Bartholdi is trying to punch Ethan right now. He gets away. I feel like we're already getting a really good show of the different styles, because Lions Creed are just deciding that, hey, we can outplay you mechanically, but Venomcrest, they've set themselves up. Good vision right here. It is going to be a 4v5 though. Kenji does have teleport if he wants to join.
Would be a 45, but the package I think is just too much of a threat that you don't really want to invest too much, and it's a proper call, honestly. It's what? It's an ocean, it's not the most damaging in the world. What does it do? It extends the laning phase ever so slightly. It's really about the soul. Pop knew it was coming as well. They had wards over the wall. But this is the call. It is going to be the Chemtech Soul to come out, but this is going to be the fight in. They said, hey, we corralled 3, and now we can fight it out. TP from Kenji, you were talking about it. It wasn't for the dragon. It was for the kills. But look how much they invested to only get 1. Both Pop as well as Heathen are allowed to live.
Yeah, you don't manage to get all of the kills. You do not pick up the Drake either. Venomcrest, all of that vision set up, and it just doesn't matter. The package on QQR is such a terrifying proposition that you just cannot step up in that situation. QQR also manages to get about half of that mid lane turret's health chunked out as well. Now that you've completed that Trinity Force on the Corki, he is absolutely terrifying, and Corki just keeps getting stronger and stronger. Lions Creed just bullying out Venomcrest, but they're down in gold. It's such an odd situation where you're... Okay, I thought he was gonna just step a little bit further up there. All the arrows.
Oh!
That was close.
Blocks. We're starting to reach that point that the teams, I think, are done waiting. I know we want to... What? What? Spark decides to spark up, and we're not watching him fly, and gets a solo kill on the bot side. Now in the mid lane, QQR getting chunked down. That might call Pop in. Needless to say, though, you mentioned Spark getting ahead a little bit. This is only leaning into your point.
Yeah, and this is a situation that I personally have not seen before. Sure, they're down by like 1,000 gold, but it doesn't matter. This is the closest early game I think I've seen Lions Creed play all season. They do not win early games, so to be in a position where they're pretty much even in the early game is terrifying, because Venomcrest are not used to this. That being said, they're going to try to collapse onto the bot lane. Be careful with Spark, though.
I mean, this feels like a perfect one. You have Bartholdi coming in. It is going to be Retribution of fight. It was LCA just pushed up a bit too far. But what more can they get? Take a look at the mid lane. You draw Roskilde down, who, by the way, had to TP top the whole tower with no mana, so you didn't get a push out as far as you wanted. That topside tower is fine for LCA. And in the mid lane, QQR gets massive damage on the tower. So honestly, for that kill, you are able to pick up the tower on the bot side. It feels good. It just feels like it was the call of, we got to do something on the map, right?
Absolutely. And to see Lions Creed putting teams beyond teams, putting Venomcrest in that situation is amazing. Corp, he's just caught out in the jungle. He's just going to get chunked down right now. Snip, gets taken out by the Gwen. Bust now having to run for himself. Much tankier as the Cassante. All's out over the wall.
Wow, what?
Yeah.
Did Bust just crawl over two walls?
Yep.
That's not patched yet? Okay.
Nope,
okay.
it's just Cassante
This is where we're at.
Just
I know, right?
Cassante things. All good. But you're not too mad about it as Venomcrest, because you've now put yourself up a kill in the bot lane, a kill onto Pop, who has pushed up a little bit too far. The mid lane and the ADC are very strong for Lions Creed, but the rest of the map isn't in that much of a good situation. Pop, having died 3 times, you know, he's falling behind quite far from Bartholdi. That being said, the Maokai is much more useful in teamfights, so you really need to keep this pace up as Balfoldi and get the rest of your lanes as strong as you are.
Not just that being an annoyance, right? This is Leandri's build burn, right? It's just being a pain in the butt, throwing down the saplings, keeping and ensuring, as you said, in the team fights, that not only are you in favor, but also that you keep the opponent kind of in check. Those Leandris do cause problems. Those little saplings can be an annoyance, dropping you, what, like 5% maybe on the HP bar? You'd be surprised how quickly that adds up, so I like to see it. We are seeing Ross Skildy going ahead and heading down towards the spot side. Dragon is up in a minute, but honestly, Venom Crest trying to lay down as much pressure early on as they can.
Yeah, they're just getting just little bits across the map. They're not down by that much. Sure, if we were talking about any other team and they were down by 1,000, we'd be saying, oh, they're not in an advantage and all of that. But we're so used to seeing Lions Creed in such a terrible position that all of a sudden them being pretty much even is huge. That's exactly what you want to see. The fact that Bost is also 0-0-0, despite the amount of pressure that has been put onto him, shows you both that Bost is not the weak point that maybe he was hyped up to be, but also that K'Sante is a disgusting champion. I think those two things have to go hand in hand just a little bit. We've got the next Drake spawning in about 40 seconds time. Once again, Venom Crest has got good setup.
Oh, unfortunately, LCA proved you wrong. Bartoldi now realizing they're on the wrong side, and you flash as well, but you're caught by the sapling. It doesn't matter. Bartoldi's dead. You used everything. It's really how much else are you going to lose? Look at the chase coming in here. Now you are safe because other team is running interference. Roskilde is able to pick up one kill, but it's still a 1-for-2 TP coming in. You can't deny it. And now Kenji's in a bad spot. What a disaster for Venom Crest to have. And honestly, only losing 2 is not bad, but you burn multiple TPs. Roskilde still has theirs, but the Dragon will be for LCA to take.
Look at the vision setup that Venom Crest have around this Drake again, and they don't get another one. Venom Crest are just unable to win these fights. Bust is trying to play God around the entrance.
This actually might be a little bit spicy. Bartoldi can jump in, does have smite. This could be a smite fight.
Gets caught.
Bust, though, drawing him closer, and I don't think it's going to happen. Brian's on the backside, has to run to jump in, flashes into help. A freebie going to join in from the backside. The heals are real. The revives are available as Roski uses that TP to perfection. Pop is in quite low. A final empowered shock blast is going to finish it off, but Bust is still very healthy. Look at the low HP bars. Arrow from back line. A final rocket doesn't land, and it's still fighting off. Spark is untouched. Spark is untouched, and Spark is the most fed. Spark says thank you very much. It's the two-piece there, and LCA close out that fight.
Oh, it was looking so risky, back and forth until Spark arrives full HP. More than happy to just take those kills. Thank you very much. It's going to be Soul Point picked up right here for Lions Creed. And in all of these team fights, the setup is there for Venom Crest. The vision is there for Venom Crest. But Lions Creed Academy, they're just better.
I don't know if that's Lions Creed being better or just Spark being better right there, right? Dying so early on, and the fight continuing for so long that both teams had a kind of a improv on the spot and realizing where their strengths are. That, I think, is Lions Creed, as you said, being strong, being better at this point. It leans into the fact that, again, they mechanically have outskilled their opponents before. But now, I do want to see that teamwork come through, that majority macro play. Not the ones that we're making it up on the fly, but feels very coordinated moving into these other global objectives.
Yeah, it's the way that Venom Crest are absolutely at their strongest, something that Lions Creed maybe have struggled with a little bit. Their late game team fighting, their late game decision making has been really good, but we're not at that point. Usually they really pop off around 25 minutes or so. We're going to have the Herald spawned up into the top side. It's got quite a way to go to get to this tower.
Yeah, that feels like you had to drop it. Now, thankfully, Shelly does have a little bit of a difference, obviously. The eye does not hurt as much anymore if you hit it, so it's really you're waiting for it to burst down one tower, or at least get a little bit down, so it feels good. But I don't know if you really just want to drop it. I feel like, of course, it was just like, ah, crap, I forgot about the Herald. All right, let's go ahead and take care of it. Pop, though, realizing now that I'm getting a little bit caught out. He's in here to help out, but Ingar Bartoldi, and you realize Spark is there again. You're running into Spark, and he then runs interference. Brian trying to run away, but the twisted advance! The twisted advance all the way through Pop! Oh, man, Bloxy, you talked about this jungler, and they are showing off on a champion that excels at making a presence known.
Oh, yeah, Porp is having a really good game, but Spark is definitely the carry in this one. It's been Porp's turn, it's been QQR's turn, now it is Spark. This Baron, though, getting a little bit high for you. A lot of low health bars. Bust on the
And,
backside,
I mean,
though.
you don't have junglers, so I don't think Venomcrest are actually trying to fight this. They're just trying to back them off. They do. Now Bus is trying to draw an opponent in. Look at the massive shear. Look at the damage from the Baron helping out Bus. That is going to be QQ on finish. And the knockback as well. A freebie is down. What is going on here? LCA running this mid and late game show. Kenji going to try and run interference. I'm not sure you can. You don't have the ult. Bus is going to try and 1v1. You still got the blades out. Kenji realizes they made a mistake and they are running, but they both only have ghosts. So I think that short from Bus might be able to catch it. That's going to be a slow, easy catch. Kenji running for the life. They have another dash up in a couple seconds, and they do just barely get away. But the Baron is still there. What? Again! You tried to jump in, Bartoli respawn, tried to jump in to get the snipe, doesn't get it off, dies to QQR, and at the end of the day, it's 12-8 right now, as Lions Creed Academy have gotten Dragons as well as the Baron.
This is absolutely insane out of Lions Creed Academy. They're making all of these fights seem so scrappy, so back and forth, but it doesn't even matter. 2 items now completed onto some of the main carries, 3 items onto QQR. We've hit that 3 item point on the Corki. QQR has not died yet either. The positioning has just been really impressive. But Bust, we were really questioning him on the desk, and for good reason, because he's been the shakiest member of the team, but in this game, he's been absolutely on it right now, just making sure that nobody from Venomcrest can play the game that they want to. He's into the backline, causing disruptions, always having enough health to be able to play around, and never overstepping, which is something that you do sometimes see happen to Casantes. QQR going in, Roskilde's just dead.
This is the power of the Ashe, right?
Yep.
Like, Spark, as long as the arrow's up, you get to choose which target it is, and I think this is a real point of power of why Bus is allowed to do that, right? You are allowed to run interference because you know you have the backline supporting you, and this is going to help so much. Right now, Bus is running interference in the mid lane, while bot side is just being taken. There's no way to recall. Take a look. Bartoli's still in their own jungle. They're not recalling right now. They're just going to lose inhibitor, which is understandable again, but Venomcrest didn't even put up a fight, meaning mid lane is also being prepped to lose another tower. Lions Creed Academy are getting so much value for this Baron right now.
Orbital, both of these teams are 5-0, but you would not know it if you were just watching without the scorelines turned on. You'd think that this Lions Creed Academy team are just miles better, right? They're just the better team. This is a dismantling right now. And I think part of it stems from the composition that Venomcrest drafted for themselves. There's a lot of strong individual pieces, but if you get outplayed individually by your opponent, there isn't a lot of team play that you really have. If your poke isn't really landing because your Jace and your Ezreal aren't that strong, well then there's not a lot that you can do. You don't have that solid engage. It's just your Rakan and your Vi, I guess, but when they go flying in, if you're not ahead, you can get taken down so quickly. It's not the same thing for Lions Creed when you've got that Nature's Grasp out of the Maokai and the Cassandra who could just run at you and absorb all of the damage ever.
And not just that, Lions Creed have also set up this early game very well, right? With the 3 dragons, you're now pinching Venomcrest into forcing into this dragon, but Cassandra was on the top side. Bus is like, yo, I'm doing my job, and because the 4-man roam squad of Lions Creed is so good, you don't have to worry. Take a look at that, now TPing in to join in, and the pinch could not be better. Venomcrest are split 3-2, and I don't think that's what they want. Kenji throws out those needles, doesn't matter, Bus is ready to go. 1v3, a freebie's almost dead, and look at Kenji getting run down. The passive stacks, the Braum Brittle is there, Bus is still alive. You're going to fight out a freebie has to flash away, and Bus will gladly sacrifice their life to take out the enemy jungler in mid. LCA have full control of Dragon Soul.
Yeah, it's going to be Soul right here for Lions Creed. It was a split fight where Venomcrest ended up fighting Bust on one side and all of the Fed carries on the other side. It went about as you would expect. Venomcrest got to be happy to at least have taken out Bust, finally delivering him his first death, but that is the only silver lining in what is a very dark cloud. Lions Creed just dismantling Venomcrest. Now that they've got themselves this soul as well, it's not the strongest soul, to be fair, it's only Chemtech, but, I mean, a little bit of extra tenacity never hurt anybody, and I think that Lions Creed are going to be looking to pick themselves up a quick Baron as soon as it spawns in 2 minutes, and then push for the end. Potentially, if they win another big fight, they could look for the end anyway.
And I really have to I have to commend you for the usage of dismantling, right? Because there are some times that we can call demolition of an opposing team, but this does not feel like a demolition. It does not feel dirty. It does not feel like you just took a hammer and beat the crap out of the opposing team just through sheer will. That we were talking about Lions Creed having that exceptional hands aspect. This was in all forms that macro that we wanted to see, the early game control came into play, something that we talked about that they didn't really have. Mid-game transition, it was very well in there. It's like everything we had lined up, right, for this matchup went out the window, but in the most beautiful way possible.
Yeah, I mean, man, Orbital, if this is the new Lions Creed, who not only have better hands than you, but also are going to out-macro you as well, oh, I don't know what we are even going to
I'm going to FF. Yeah. I would FF immediately.
That's a truly, truly terrifying proposition, and you can see, I mean, look, there's a blue pot right now in Kenji's pocket. Kenji feels like this is about to be over. Like, there's one final team fight coming where he has to be at the absolute strongest point he can be. One blasting mod in the inventory. Dark Seal, like, not going to have enough to just pick up one more item. So Lions Creed, less than a minute now. That is a jungler well out of position. If you can collapse on Bartholdi, the game's just done.
I mean, they're going to try it. That's going to be a long form engage with the roots. But the arrow has to be flashed away from Bartholdi. Minute moments. But again, that Spark being a baller, right? These arrows are so good. If it's not landing, it's burning something. With that down, Bartholdi does not have the pure entrance that they want. Bust running off 2, and now it's a fall back. Lions Creed realize they're trying to get pinched here, and in the back line they go. They have found Spark. Spark may be going down, but no! They saved majority. Kenji's able to save Pop, but the damage users are real. Finally, down goes Spark, but guess who's still just as strong? QQR flashing over the wall, keeping themselves alive. Bust and Heathen did the job to keep the upper damage deals off. It is going to be a trade of deaths. It's a triple kill for Kenji in their first death of the game, but Lions Creed still have power to push.
Yeah, they've still got 2 of their tankiest members. Sure, you know, you don't deal the most damage, but this Cassante going to be dealing plenty. Got that Demolish as well, so you're going to be able to take out that inhibitor turret and the inhibitor as well. You're not going to be able to end the game right now. Aphrobi still does enough damage that you can push them away, stop this inhibitor going down. That's huge for the game. But you're going to be more than happy with the way that that team fight worked out. Lions Creed, they got themselves caught in a pretty bad spot. It was a good catch from Venom Crest, teleporting Kenji into the backline to try to just pincer onto them. If you're closer in gold at that point, you just lose. You just lose in that situation as Lions Creed. But because they're so strong and because they're such good individual players, they're able to keep themselves pretty close. Baron has now spawned. Once again, I'm seeing quite a lot of Venom Crest vision, but that makes me worried because every time I've said that before, Lions Creed immediately get the objective.
We're casting cursing them as we go along, and I really like the fact that you pointed out Venom Crest. They made the best play that they had at the time. Like, honestly, that was at the front of the playbook. But it is what I like to call gold smacking. LCA had found her wallet, said, sit down, I don't care what you're going to do. And the fact that Venom Crest still came out with 3 kills was like a majority share of its own. Very nicely done. However, as you said, Baron is being started up. There is a ward in the pit, but it's currently blocked out by the pink. LCA should have this one for free. Bartholdi's going to try and run interference. Q is down, but QQR is going to run him off with the package. Good burn down. A stun over the wall as well. And Bartholdi's just dead. Now it's Kenji just trying to do something. True Shot Barrage is not up available, so it's going to be a Mystic Shot. However, Baron is taken quite low. Smite comes in. It is, oh my god. Why would you smite it that early? That was so dangerous. Pop almost lets it go, but no one is controlling it. No one is worried about it because the fight's breaking out, and now Spark gets Brian. Brian is down. Kenji's about to fall next. Look at the shred. It's too real. Yes, you fall, but the rest of the team is there to clean it up. And Lions Creed Academy get the ace.
They're going to be able to push for the win right here. You're going to send 2 teleports into that bot side, pick yourself up the inhibitor, push for the end. 2 members going to run it up mid, just going to join in to get into that victory photo, and dismantling a true destruction of Venom Crest. Only one team can be undefeated, and it is going to be Lions Creed.
It is going to be the Lions Creed Academy moving in to the second half of this group stage. Look undeniable. It will be game as Venom Crest fall. It is not that far of all. You're falling to second, but it still feels bad. If you, Bloxer, told me that, hey, take the nameplates off, who is who, I swear to God, I swear with all my heart, I would have told you Venom Crest was on blue side.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Those macro plays were Venom Crest through and through. That's the way that this team likes to play. They know how to play the map, except it wasn't. It was Lions Creed. And I feel like sometimes when we say, you know, they're just better, like, that can be a little bit of an insult of just, you know, there's no thoughts, just pure bludgeoning skill. But if you can combine both the great macro and the amazing hands that this team has, Lions Creed, that's the kind of victory that that doesn't just win you tournaments like the UKL. That's the kind of victory that wins you tournaments at an even higher level. We know that this team likes playing together. If you can keep running it like that, they might have just unlocked an even higher level than we've ever seen from this team that's been together for the last 7 years.
Now, I will say, to Venom Crest's favor, it is not the end of the world. And you have to be very thankful for that. For a time to be beaten, I think this is the best time to lose it. You have now been shown that, hey, someone else can play our style. We now need to come up with a counter to that. This is like... a lot of... I always like to say, get a loss in there somewhere. Being perfect means that you haven't really been challenged, I feel like. You haven't really been forced on your toes. And Venom Crest, I think, can take this and go to town on it.
Yeah. There's a lot of tape that you can go back and study and you can look at and you can improve on. Venom Crest, they had the setup around a load of these objectives, but got bullied out consistently. Okay, why? Was our composition not strong enough? Could we not stand up? Had we just lost individually? Okay, then we need to figure out to get some more counter matchups for the lanes that we're losing. There's a lot that you can take away from this loss, and I think you are right that you can step up from that. I think that Lions Creed also, they've got a lot that they can take from this victory. Hey, what did we do that we don't in the other games? Because of Lions Creed that can do both, I'm terrified for the rest of the league.
I mean, let's even take a look at how that game broke down, because we have our amazing desk to take the highlights, maybe some lowlights, and everything in between to go ahead and break it down. Let's throw it over to them.
Well, guys, it would appear gods can bleed. Venom Crest falls. Genuine, surprise here. And as the cast was saying, it's no insult to Lions Creed. If anything, it should be a massive compliment. They very much rose from the ashes that we expected them to be in and really put on quite a show. QQR especially, look at that stat line, 12-1, right?
Yeah, man. There were so many times I felt like around the mid-game where Venom Crest had Lions Creed backs over the cliff edge, like their heels were touching air, and then somehow Lions Creed Academy just pulls it back. So, someone comes off the fountain, Spark throws an Ash Hour and catches someone, he arrives in the nick of time, maybe Bust pulls out a crazy K'Sante 1v3, and they were always able to clutch it out. We saw the clutch factor that Lions Creed have shown, but it was paired up with a much more stable, much more effective early and mid game that the casters were pointing out. This is the Lions Creed that can win the whole league if they can put that first and second half together. And if they're going to get there, if they're going to keep playing like this, then if all they needed was a really strong opponent to kind of unlock that, then everyone else might be quaking, I think, going up against this team going forward.
I mean, they're just my goats. What can I say? It doesn't matter. They'll figure something out. They always do. Yeah, I mean, look, maybe at some point we think, fellas, maybe we ban the Corki. Maybe QQR. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's always going to just play. He's going to do the same thing on any other control mage. But
it was the thing that we were mentioning, right? We were talking about what kind of things could QQR pick this league, and I can't remember what one of you said. One of you literally went Corki and Corki and Corki and Corki, and we're just kind of having a conversation behind the scenes of maybe it's time people start doing something about that. But. Yeah. Not on QQR. We actually do have a couple replays to show off. The first one is something that we all three of us kind of went, whoa, held on to, which was right Spark had this amazing tower dive, pushing with tons of pressure, just momentum that you don't normally see Ash carrying.
I love this with him.
Oh. I mean, you think once they miss the ult, it's going to be a bit over. It's like, carry on. Get involved. Oh, my ADC's gone. Oh, they've used Cleanse. My Ignite's useless. Don't worry about it. Keep going. Get involved, lad. Flash on my turret.
God.
It's fine. That's just Ash doing Ash things right there.
And it's one of those moments where you're like, oh man, we expect Rakan come and help, and he tries. Doesn't matter. Ash's got that flash on Prime, so you can just slam it, go in, keep going, and they got out for free from that, which is just really good. If you ask me, it's good kind of limit testing on your character, knowing here's how far I can push it, here's how hard I can push it, and especially keeping track of your resources. Knowing that Flash was online for that push was integral to that.
There was a lot from Spark that game that really showed us, I think, some of the experience and veterancy this guy has. We were talking about it during the game as well, that Spark and Heathen are potentially the most kind of tenured players in the UK scene now in the league, that they've had so many splits under their belt. Spark and Heathen have both been up to the UKLC and back, And it's plays like that when it starts to go wrong, your support is 50 HP, and you're just like, well, I'm just going to 1v2. I'm going to 1v2 you both, dive the tower, and get away with it, that he just knows the limits of his champion. And that is the kind of confidence and literal just game knowledge and thinking, no, this is playable for me, that I really love to see at this level. And that's the kind of damage you can do with that confidence.
Definitely so. Yes, we do have a second replay as well to go over, and it was one that very much backs. It backs up our three. There was a team fight before Dragon right here, which is what you're seeing, and we saw this insanely I'm seeing blue great grouped up on Dragon, right? You're seeing Lion's Creed kind of have to push this full back. There's this TP in, and it's looking pretty dire. Boom. We get an intercept, all of a sudden teamfight flips, and would you believe it, give it a few seconds, it's gonna flip again.
Yeah, this is one of those plays I was talking about where it just really feels like Lion's Creed have been caught out. They don't have Spark, they don't have this guys from running the early game, and then Bust is able to just hold the line on K'Sante for just enough time, and Lion's Creed barely managed to survive after never quite backing down. They never fully disengage, they never call the fight lost, they hold on just long enough until suddenly it's massively winning, and then they get so much from the back of it.
And you know they're limit testing it, because when you watch Bust, he's in the all-out the whole time. It's like, if you're packing it in, if you think the fight's over, yeah, slam it back into the tank mode and just try and get out, soak whatever you can. But he's like, no, I can still get a bit custom, I can still schmooth, and I can still try to just provide that little bit faster burst, when you do things like the dash into the knock-up. Which will help a lot once Spark gets here. What Spark gets here, QQR turns up in the back because he's been just sort of moseying on over there and being mostly untouched whilst he's putting out damage, and then bada bing, bada boom, we've turned it all around. And again, if you're less confident in the situation, if you're less confident as a team, you don't keep the all out on. And so that shows the Bust is very much meshing nicely with the boys, even though he's the new addition.
Well, that will do it. Lion's Creed cementing themselves still at the top of the roster, undefeated 6-0, with Venom Crest taking their first defeat of the season. However, how is this going to go for our next set of the day? Paragon and Belfast Storm are ready and raring to go, but unfortunately it's going to have to be a break first. Welcome back once more, everybody. We're here for the very last match of the night on this beautiful, I would say sunshiny, but not quite sunshiny Monday evening. We have Paragon facing off against Belfast Storm. They've waited this long. Can't wait to see how they clash. I am excited for this one because specifically, we've seen a lot of matches that have been, these are two titans, these are the two best at the moment, or these are the two worst at the moment. Like a lot of these kind of trying to build up big stories. But we have a very interesting one at the moment. We have Belfast Storm, who are teetering on the verge of top 4 at the moment. And then we've got Paragon, who picked up their first win last week. What this means is actually a more interesting spot, where if Belfast loses this, they're kind of like hearing alarm bells of, wait, we're dropping behind now. And it's Paragon's turn to try to push and forge their way up the rankings. Now, Trajan, I'm curious for you, real quick, if we get the roster screen up, because I'm going to bounce a question your way. Paragon very much kind of has felt like the organization where the players have been moving and changing the most this season so far. We've seen like kind of that bot, mid, and support all just kind of shuffle between the three, with Timatopper now landing on mid lane. Obviously, there's detriments that can be mentioned to constantly switching around a roster. Can you think of the positives as to why they've made these switches?
Well, I mean, it felt like they didn't really have a super clear idea of what their mission was in the game, and you could tell that by the roster swaps and the way these games played out. They're very messy. Even in their win that they secured over DMG in the last round was very, very messy. It was a bare-knuckle street fight that they kind of happened to win, you know what I mean? It wasn't a clean one for them, and they've settled on Timatopper in the mid lane. I think this is the key. I think finding a way to unlock this player is what's going to unlock this team in general. Last, I think, is very good down in bot lane. Drippy Darren is the sub-support, but even back in the qualifiers, he was putting on a very solid performance. You're not losing anything by keeping him there. And then Refreshed and Snepex, I think really if we can just get some solidarity, get some stability here, they can actually start to improve, start to develop some sort of an identity, find out what drafts they can use with this version, and how they can, you know, exploit the meta as best they can in the next few weeks, because they do need to get the wins. They are starting to pick up speed, but they've got a long way to go if they want to actually make it into playoffs.
I've heard a very interesting thing get passed around, maybe from one source, maybe from two. My sources, however, will stay secret. That I've heard on the grapevine that this might be the strongest roster that Paragon has had. That like they've kind of been bouncing around, and it feels like this might be the one that they lock in and keep with, because like Timatopper mid, that is a power role. Place where he's found a lot of success in the past. Yeah. Same with Drippy Darren on support. That's actually been proving really, really useful to have in the past few games. Refreshed on top as well. We've been seeing that kind of fluctuate backwards and forwards, but sometimes in the positives. I think the biggest thing is that Paragon has a really, really nice early game, and I think taking that early lead might be the most important thing. Doctor, do you anticipate them kind of switching up anything going into these games with the roster switch as well, or are they still going to be this kind of like early game focused team?
I don't know. I mean, I think that the coach is sticking around Rob, which is interesting because I think Rob dipped for a little bit. Like as far as I know, I heard that he had announced he was dipping, but I'm now looking and seeing that he's still on the team. So, right, yeah, we have been. He's come straight back. So I'll assume that, you know, as long as you've got the same coaching staff, your playstyle is probably going to stay mostly similar. But, you know, if some of these swaps come through and we get some new voices and some louder voices that want to try new things, especially when you're already, you know, doing a bit poorly in the standings, you say, hey, yeah, let's give it a go. Let's try something else. Well, at least whilst you still can. So maybe we switch it up a little bit. But again, if Rob's still around, maybe not.
Yeah. And while we mentioned switching it up, maybe we should throw it to the opposition. The Belfast Storm roster as well, I believe has a lot more consistency on their side, but that has come with a very, very consistent win-loss record. I think... Oh god, this match is going to get so confusing. We've got Timmer and Timatopper in a match, finally. I was dreading this moment, by the way.
Unlucky casters.
Yeah, so it should be a very interesting matchup, especially considering the fact that any preparation you may have done for what Paragon was has gone out the window, putting that focus on mid lane. Because Limsey and Timatopper both are very, very strong in their roles, but Belfast haven't had that long to think about what might be different now that Timatopper is in that role instead. And I believe these two have matched up before. Have either of you two got any kind of history check on this?
I mean, I got my history with Dunlossie, but...
do you want to send the Dunlossie backstory for us?
I've got too much Dunlossie related cortisol in my veins. Fortunately, I won't be casting, so I don't have to experience it. But
yeah, we've heard Dunlossie rants before, I believe.
He just gets away with it. It's a whole thing.
Well,
He told me it was team diff. He gets on a new team and does the exact same thing. I don't get it. Because I gave him some credit. I said to him, I was like, well, I said on broadcast, I was like, I flame him a lot, but it's probably, given that he's been doing the same thing for 3 years, he's probably the one setting up these plays. He's probably the one orchestrating that he's always in the right place at the right time. He instantly gets in my DMs. He's like, no, not me. It's them. It's all them. I didn't do a thing. I'm like, I gave you an out. And now he's here on a new team and he's doing the same thing. So again, he continues to get away with it, and he continues to just always be in the right place at the right time and somehow end up with a massive KDA and farm lead. So,
As much as he does tend to get away with it, I think that he's probably going to get away with it again today. I think SnapX has been struggling quite a lot in the jungle, comparatively speaking, and Dunlossie, as much as we can find, from the desk, we can find the flaws in the man's game plan more often than not. It does seem to work very well, and he's got that strategy down. So I think that I would be expecting Dunlossie to be relatively in control of SnapX in this game. In terms of mid lane, Limsey is very uncrackable, even, as the Belfast Tides ebb and flow. He is very much always performing very well. We can see the stats here between the two. Timotoppers are a little skewed by the fact he has played more roles than not, but I think even so, in the last mid game we saw in that DMG match, we saw the impact that he has, and both of these people are very proficient on mages that can step up into a late game carry role. So I think if this one does go long, it is probably going to come down to Timotopper versus Limsey. Obviously, the draft will tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing to add, which is noted down from my production notes, is the reason why we're calling a lot of attention to the stat lines, right? Is that during the season, yes, Timotopper's stats have been skewed due to being in different roles. I believe starting off the season in support, if I'm not mistaken. So obviously, that's going to massively impact what your KDA, your gold income, all that kind of thing is going to look like. However, they played fairly recently I-72 Open qualifiers. Timotopper and Limsey actually played against each other, straight up head-to-head in mid lane. Supposedly, Limsey lost that lane pretty badly. So, those stats may tell one story, history may tell another, but this game is a story yet unwritten. So, I'm interested to see, could this be a decider as to how this matchup goes for eternity, or is this just going to be in flux for the rest of time?
Yeah, I think if there's I want to see if there's an Azir B1 for Belfast, or if they're just going to lock in these strong picks early on. It looks like instead they left it to that second rotation. We saw Paragon going for the last Varus first, which I love. I really liked last Varus in that win over DMG. And then that mid lane is Corki versus Syndra. So I don't know how much Timotopper can really do, at least in the 1v1 on this matchup.
Yeah, so Doctor, I'm actually curious on your opinions here. I want to call a little bit of attention to jungle. We've gone for two very kind of bulkier picks to sit in the jungle. They're way more enablers than anything else. We were talking about SnapX before. Do you think that kind of plays into what we were saying with SnapX? Kind of trying to be in the right place at the right time, but not looking to be a carry?
I don't know. I mean, we take a look around. I mean, the Poppy's having a decent time, across the board when you look at the Belfast squad. And you always want to be able to fit a Poppy into your team if you're playing poke, right? If you've got the Blitzcrank and the Corki, and not the Varus and the Corki, you're having a great time when you've got a Poppy on your team. My question is, did the Poppy have to come in the jungle? It's not that early of a flex pick, but I guess, you look in, you go, Poppy, the thing's Poppy blind pick is fine. So it's kind of weird to me that we then go for the Camille blind pick, because historically, again, you play Camille, the two things you ban, it was always was the case. We're thinking about picking Camille, on R4 or on B4 as well. Sorry, R5 or B4, that's the ones. You go ahead and you ban you ban Jax Renekton. I can't help but notice these have snuck through, and this may not be great for the top lane experience. And on top of that, we've now got the Blitzcrank as well, because he could have gone Poppy support if he really wanted to, and it's do we really want to hook that many people here? Obviously, it's an early blind pick, but again, it's not blind, it's into the Milio, but it's blind into the rest of the comp, and ultimately, I don't want to hook any of those guys. So it's really just for the Milio, and I don't know, it's a bit of a rogue one, but if Refresh gets ahead on the Camille, somehow you go around, you just start one-hitting Emilio's and Lucian's left, right, and center. Unfortunately, it probably won't happen because you're against Sejuani Renekton, and if there's one thing that Dunlossie's known for doing, it's turning up at the perfect time to dive. And so he's going to full clear and be like, oh, Timur is top lane and Shin has stacked a massive... Well, I guess I'll take my kill then and walk on over, and it might not
Trajan,
be
you
very
look
fun.
like you're Trajan, you look like you're waiting to like share something. So come on. Well, what are you feeling?
It's just so much volatility from Paragon here with like the early Blitzcrank. You know, I can as I can hook the Milio, but now you're also hooking a Renekton or a Sejuani, which is a nightmare. You've got the blind Camille, which refreshed, played in that DMG win, and died a lot on this champion, right? But he also got there at 40 minutes and ended up one-tapping people. So I feel like Paragon are simultaneously on a timer and also want this game to go late, and I hope that they're ready to just get down in the dirt and scrap it out, because I think that's what they're going to have to do against Belfast Storm to win this game. They've got good scaling. Let's hope they get to use it.
Hell yeah. And with those teams locked in, Paragon rocking mum, dad, and 3 children, and Belfast with 4 abyssal terrifying threats and a child, we're ready to get straight into this game, throwing it right back to the casters.
I don't know about you, Black Bloxer, but I'm terrified about hearing children running around on the Rift, because that means they got some insane powers, and I'm scared. I don't want to know about that. Either way, we are into this game, and it is going to be a very interesting one, because I myself am a play-by-play. Of course, I love volatility, I love silliness, and I love when games get turned on its head. However, in the current scenario, when you are 1-4 and hoping for a playoff berth, this is not one of those moments to have volatility be the primary aspect of your composition.
You know what? You make a very fair point. However, I think that this Paragon roster thrives in chaos, because these guys are all from the university scene. Now, I don't know how much you know about the university scene in the UK, but it is always completely and utterly crazy. It's a lot of players who maybe aren't the best, just running at each other. That's kind of what's happening right now. Paragon, if they can Drippy Darren flash, hook, oh, he hits it!
Oh! Out of the dash as well, and you wanted spicy. We wanted spicy. We wanted crazy. Drippy Darren coming in here, being drippy with it.
Let's go. That's exactly what you want to be seeing. I love Drippy Darren as a player. He's so good. Yeah, the chaos is exactly what you want. As a university roster, you're used to it. Create a little bit of chaos, immediately getting that kill, and it goes onto your Varus. Back to base, pick yourself up a longsword as well. Yeah, this bot lane sucks. This bot lane immediately sucks for Belfast, which is not what you want, because this Varus, that's the champion that wants to be going later on into the game. You want this Lucian Milio to pop off early, because if you don't, you are a lot less raged, you're a lot more vulnerable in team fights. It just gets really tricky if you're behind, and you've been put behind immediately by an excellent hook.
It was so clean, and the scary part
So
as well,
nice.
yes, Saber still has all of the summoner spells available, which is fine. Tien is like, yeah, I still have Barrier and Ghost. It doesn't, or not Barrier and Ghost, Barrier and Flash. It's still available, but it's still like, it gets in your mind, right? When the first Blitzcrank hook is hit like that, it scares you. To me, it scares me. So I'm wondering if that might play a factor as well. We will have to watch for it, as both junglers did opt for the top side. They will be meeting on the bot side come level 3 or 3.5, and that will be the big signal for that fight, to see if that hook was just a one-time thing, or if that will be a continuation throughout this game.
See, Ping's going for us, they hit level 2, they could just go here.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to try and fight it out here, and I pass it off once again, a little bit roughly, because I wasn't expecting this type of fight. It is going to go down quite low. Heal comes out, and Saber needs to dash one more time. The Aerie is going to cover it, and it's a well-timed play. Very nice pickup here for Belfast Storm.
Yeah, you can see the idea out of Paragon. They know that they're in a strong position because you've got that longsword over the initial starter buys that everybody has picked up for themselves, and you know you're about to hit your level 2. The thing is, so had Belfast. Belfast has already got that level 2, you're late to it, you're not in a position where you can just step up and go for it. Sure, you have extra items, but the Milio and Lucian are stronger at this point in the game for a good reason. Not respecting that is going to cost Paragon, and what was a great early start in this bot lane is now going to be a lot more even. Both of these junglers are in the area bot side. This lane may continue to be completely explosive.
Yeah, and I think the other side of it is that was just a show. Right, from Dunlosi. Dunlosi just showed, and maybe not known, but they showed, no, I think it was just outside of cover, so still pretty safe. In the mid lane, though, Limsey and Timitopper are going at it a little bit, and even though the CS is even, the HP bars are drastically not. By the
Yeah.
way, Limsey still has their pot, and Timotopper is chugging theirs only to get up to about 50%.
Yeah, Timotopper's not in a great spot right now, but don't expect that to last. I know I speak about Timotopper every single time. I have a lot of respect for this man, but of all the positions he plays top, he plays mid, and he plays support. I think mid is easily his best role. So him on this Corki, when we saw just how much damage that can do in the last game, I really liked that. I think that the Corki does need the 3 items though, kind of the same thing that the Syndra does. They're potentially looking for a gank right now, but Limsey is miles away. This would be really tricky to get close enough to actually get on top of Limsey. Instead, Snipex just going to go back to basics, exactly what you want to do right now, because you've got less than a minute until those grubs are going to be spawning.
I wonder if they were trying to rotate Drippy Darren and Snipex into a gank in the mid lane and then rotate top to have an advantage with like a 2v3 situation or even like a 3v4.
No.
Kind of curious. Either way, Belfast are thinking the same as they're looking to dive this tower. However, it's a Camille. Great way to stop you. Both of these champions are technically AD based unless Dunlosi is able to proc a AP shield. But Snipex is now finding this out, so it's actually spotted. So this is a do or die situation, and they are going to force it. Shin trying to jump in. We get stunned against the wall. A perfect denial of this fight, and Refresh doesn't even lose CS.
That was disgusting. Adam Snipex stood in that bush, waited until the initial engagement had come through, wanted the dive to happen, and then immediately pops up that steadfast presence, so there's going to be no escape for poor Shin. Pick up a kill, turn that into potentially all 3 grubs as well, because you've got an even state mid lane, and your top laner just managed to get a kill. That's so clean, and just the calm, collected nature of Snipex and Refresh right there to know that they could turn that one.
Yeah, that was just a beauty. And the fact that you don't even let Shin do anything, Dunlosi was even just like, I got nothing. I'm sorry, we can't fight this. The steadfast presence is available. Good stop there by Dunlosi. We saw Dunlosi actually rotate back in the jungle, pick up a couple extra camps, and to now deny 1 grub. So it will have to be a full take of the next set of grubs if Snipex wants to get those available Void Mites running on the map.
Yeah, it's a good takeaway. Dunlosi, just reading the play, knew that you don't manage to take these grubs particularly quickly as Snipex. So now we've got the Drake as the next potential thing that you want to be looking towards. Now, I think that's going to be a lot harder for Paragon to walk towards. You've managed to get yourself a bit of an early lead bot lane and then pretty promptly get rid of that early lead, meaning that the bot lane push has been in the favour of Belfast Storm this entire time. Saber, you know, just being able to push up constantly. Sitting under tower is Last and Drippy Darren the entire time. You've got that quick route over to that Drake if you want it, as well as right now Limsey wandering over towards it too. That being said, you do still have Snipex in the area, and sure, you don't deal as much damage, I'd say, as Belfast do at this initial point, but you can't get over-aggressive. Don't get cocky right now, because one really nice hook out of Drippy Darren can completely break the good positioning that you tried to set up before a team fight.
And that's, I think, why Dunlosi is rotating bot side. Feels like something could happen, especially with Dragon still on the table. You want to make something happen, and there it is. That's a good dodge on the hook, but a dash forward puts Last at a very dangerously low HP. In comes Snipex, so we could be seeing the first major engage of all 3 here on the bot side. Recall being channeled here. Snipex has no idea Dunlosi is here.
Unless he's been here for a
and
while.
Cancels. There it is. What a showing. Snipex had canceled the recall. Reset Dunlosi's there. However, that is going to leave Dragon up and available for Belfast Storm to take.
Yeah, Snipex knows that he's not going to be able to try to engage onto that one. Dunlosi, I would say wasted time, but it really isn't in the end. You take a little bit of XP away from your bot lane, but you turn it straight into a Dragon take, and Snipex was in the area too. It's not like they were just off somewhere else stealing away camps or anything. Mid lane, back and forths right now. Limsey with that level 6 does become an immediate threat. You can 100-0 Timotopper. You've got to be pretty close with that one, otherwise you can run out of damage and get yourself caught in a little bit of a rough position. Top though, Shin!
What?
It's just
wow, okay. Snipex said, okay, you don't get the Dragon, we'll get the Croc. I think that's a fair trade, and Refresh once again gets to go back and farm up. Shin had gotten a slight lead of about a wave, but with 2 deaths under your pocket, that's negligible, right? Refresh is now going to go back, have a massive damage profile over their lane opponent.
And this is what Doctor was saying, where he was saying, oh, hang on, never mind, Dunlosi, can he just jump over the wall Drippy Darren trying to block onto it. Doesn't quite manage to get the block onto that Arctic Assault. Yeah, we're saying top lane that you really want to ban away the Renekton and the Jax when you are the Camille, but if you just repeatedly kill the Renekton, put him in a hole where he can't really climb back out of it, Camille could be a much stronger split pusher. Got a lot more survivability with that hookshot wall dive as well, plus being able to get into the backline and assassinate a squishy if need be. So you want to keep pouring more and more into Refresh. The kills going over to Snipex rather than the Camille maybe isn't ideal, but that being said, I still don't mind the Poppy being able to get tankier and tankier, because at some point Poppies can become almost unkillable, and there are a ton of dashes right now on Belfast that you can stop with that Steadfast Presence.
I mean, that's why we saw the Poppy come out here, why it's migrating so far on the top side, right? Shin is the easiest one to kind of utilize all these abilities on. You get to cut down the dash, you get to cut down these fights, yeah, and it's just deja vu, right? Shin has no out. And yes, you have Flash, but look at the chunks. Refresh already has the repel in, but you don't even need it. It's just repeat upon repeat upon repeat. Paragon have identified a weakness, thankfully one that maybe Belfast didn't see because of the individual matchup, and I covered it with their jungler. Very well done.
And you get to turn that immediately into the grubs. Only one was stolen away by Dunlossy, and so you're going to be able to pick yourself up 5. That's going to be just huge for a potentially split pushing Camille. Corki can also technically split push. He doesn't usually want to, but if you wanted to run a 1-3-1, there is the potential for that to be able to happen. Dunlossy's in the area though. Drippy Darren is pretty low. He's just going to have to turn tail and run.
You understand that your team punched on the other side of the map. You don't have control down here, right? You just got to protect. And it's appropriate. Oh, okay. You get 1. Okay, you got 3 total, I think. That's not bad. And now you know Limsy's down here as well. So, an appropriate response coming out from Belfast Storm. You gather what you can to place in the back pocket, so maybe you don't get the gold on your top side. But at least Saber and Timur, the two that we discussed, having to get lane advantage in this bot side after the early game, have accrued themselves a lead, as well as 3 plates to go back to. Chain of Corruption also missing.
Ooh, yeah, you're getting quite a lot in this bot lane.
Okay,
yeah.
that's no. That's
we're ignoring that. That's not happening. Bot lane, potential dive. You do have Dunlossy in the area. Mid lane, you also manage to get a good chunk of damage. Dunlossy is going to be spotted up, but once again, you're just forcing Darren and Lasp away from this bot lane tower. If they lose all of these turret plays pre-14 minutes, it's going to be such a ridiculous injection of gold right into Saber, and that's exactly what you want for yourselves. You've got to be really happy with the way that this bot lane is performing, even if topside is just a complete nightmare.
And I mean, that's a good grab by Drippy. Going ahead and staying in front, and last I think will fall as well, but look how long they're surviving. They are able to lay down damage, and now grab a TP in as well, but Limsy is going to hard cut it out. In comes the rocket, though. That
the TP, double TP.
A bit of a chance. What a play. Timur Topper comes in with the package and says, give me it all. And the double TP works wonders. Timur is now in trouble, as it's a triple kill for Timur Topper. And Refresh is just like, let me get the kill. Maybe I can chase it out. Yeah,
no,
you're gonna hunt.
Refresh
I mean, it's a dead Milio. Paragon. What an amazing challenge to the bot lane dive to come out on top with a massive kills on the right players.
Yeah, you get a load of kills. Sure, your bot lane dies again, but God, they've already done that a couple of times anyway. It's not the end of the world. Instead, you managed to put more kills onto Refresh. Refresh is an absolute beast right now. First item completed. Got that Trinity Force. Going to be going for a really aggressive build, I imagine, with this Camille. And you put a couple more kills as well into Timotopper. Did just get taken out. Still, I don't think that is going to be a particular worry. Top lane, though. This bot lane.
It's starting to get messy here, Bloxer. Yeah. It's starting to get real messy. Paragon made short work of that bot side fight, but now have granted over 2 kills that I feel were wholly unnecessary. Timur Topper dying underneath bot side tower, trying to kill Saber, and then of course last, you had to know Shin and Dunlossy were there.
Refresh run. Oh no.
No.
Wait, but Refresh thinks that, why would you base there?
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh,
it got the kill. Okay, Refresh is now 4-0-4. This is getting ridiculous.
He actually went back to base, but the damage had landed already, and it just followed him all the way through. Drippy Darren, flash! Oh!
What? That didn't hit Timber! That didn't hit Timber! Limsey may not be the one that they thought they were going to pull. Drippy is going to fall, but now you get a chance to follow in. That's going to be a jump in with the Hextech ultimatum, and it truly is the ultimatum of Dreams on low C now, trying to flash on the tower, stay in live. But look, Refresh is so tanky, deciding if they want, but takes 3 tower shots and almost dies. You're down to a single HP, dodges out on that Q, and Timber is able to survive. Refresh is able to survive. What is going on here, Bloxer?
Refresh is playing.
Oh no, it's still going. It's still going. Shin, please no. Okay,
No,
good. No,
stop.
no, you go back in. Oh my God, what is going on here? Timber Topper, no, run, Corky. We love you so much. All right, I think we're good now.
I think we are. There is a Drake though, so that one's going to be started up pretty dang soon. Everybody needs to go back to base, spend all of the gold that they have off of these absolutely insane plays. That flash hook out of Drippy Darren landing onto Limsey killed him because he didn't think he was going to be getting the hook. Right! Threaded the needle with that one, then Refresh surviving on just a sliver of HP. It looks like, correctly, Snipex, Paragon, they're just going to accept this Drake. Going over to Belfast, it's only the second, it's not the end of the world. They're going to head up towards this Herald, but I think the response out of Belfast is going to be the same. We might end up with another big fight. In this situation, though, as long as the Camille's around, you're in a situation where you can win these. Paragon are so strong right now. And I think it comes down to who has the gold. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to talk about it. Okay, it looks like we're going to chill out right now. So work with me here, yeah?
Yeah.
Saber is really strong, yeah? Really strong. I'd say mid lane's pretty much even at this point. Top lane, that's a chasm of difference between the top laners, yeah?
Yeah, just a bit. That's
Just a
what we
bit.
call a Grand Canyon
Yeah.
difference right there.
Okay, so work with me here. A behind Renekton gives you, I would say, a lot less. God damn, they never want to go for it. Refresh. He's just going to run, get stunned. No, he's fine. He's just going to be able to walk this one away.
All right, keep going.
Behind Renekton gives you a lot less, I'd say, than a behind Varus and Blitzcrank can. Because the Varus is just a poke bot. That's all you need from him. Land that poke, maybe hit an ult occasionally to stun somebody up. Your Blitzcrank is useful no matter what because you're just about hitting those hooks!
Oh my God! That is illegal again! Yes, you get the cleanse and maybe you turn it around, but Saber should have never been in that situation in the first place. Barrier is down. What are these hooks out of Drippy right now?
They're so nice. I knew that Drippy Darren was good on hook champs. It's the first thing you write down when you do a scouting report on this guy. But this Blitzcrank right now, this performance is just nuts. All of these hooks that he's landing feel like they should be missing by miles.
I mean, granted, it's had varying effect, by the way, because Limsey got pulled in, got a free kill. This time, Saber gets pulled in, almost gets a kill, but loses that barrier. This is why the desk labeled it as that volatile pick. It can bring favor, but it can also bring demise.
It really can. You live by it, you die by it. And the fact that the mid laners are pretty even right now, I think also is helping out Paragon, because you can assassinate one person with the... I'm just letting this one happen. Although, that being said, actually, Shin's kind of fighting back.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Refresh actually is down to about 10%, but both of them left. So, I mean,
First item completed on
it is.
Shin's pretty big all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Damn, I was not expecting that.
None of us were. None of us were. Oh man, another hook goes out, but Drippy is not going to land it this time because this dragon is coming up in about... There it is, what is going on? That's actually our production saying that. Dragon in about 2.5 minutes as Paragon are going to try and defend this mid lane tower as Refresh is clearing out the wave, going to recall, have the TP available for a scrappy fight coming up if they so wish.
Everybody's going to be wanting to get involved in this next Drake fight. 2 minutes time, so we've got a little bit to breathe until somebody steps even slightly out of position and a hook just immediately lands. This Drake is huge. Paragon cannot go down to Soul Point. As much as I think they're in a really strong position and I like the way that they've played out this early game, if you go down by that next Drake and you're already a little bit behind in terms of just overall gold, that puts you in such a tricky position for trying to walk up to team fights. You're in such a nice spot as Belfast to pick. Do you want the Baron? Do you want the Drake? You really aren't getting pulled around the map in the same way that Paragon are, so Paragon really need to fight for this next Drake, and they're in a position where you can do so. Refresh can just get push. Timotopper.
I mean, I agree with that statement that Belfast can kind of have their pick of the litter because of this. Timber Topper has actually gotten caught multiple times in this instance, not exactly fully cut, but enough to lose Summoner Souls, and that's a problem. Snapix now trying to run interference, may get a stun against the wall, but the follow-up behind, Refresh is trying to jump in. Meanwhile, we are getting a little bit of a driving lesson from this Varus, trying to chase down and gets the knock into the tower, so it is going to be broken. Mid lane outer tower is down on the side of Belfast Storm, which now allows the collapse around the dragon to get information and vision for Paragon.
It's a really well executed set of plays out of Paragon. Belfast stepped up just maybe a little bit too far potentially. Mossy going to be forced away from that bush as well. Still 40 or so seconds until this Drake does spawn, so we'll have enough time to recall and get back with those Hextech Drake, with that Hextech gates available to him. And we are still potentially in a situation where we're going to see quite a big Barney around this Drake.
Yeah, I mean, it has that feeling of desire for both of the teams. We're sitting at 11 and 7 right now, 19 minutes into the game, and we want a big play to happen. Refresh is one of the main ones to make it happen. Take a look at this, just a straight up solo kill because Refresh is freaking unkillable at 6-0 and 4. Already has the Ravenous Hydra as well as the Trinity Force. Meanwhile, it is Saber to try and do the same on the other side, but with the package in tow, Timbertopper saying, no, you don't get that freedom. Drippy Darren now clearing out Vision. Dragon is now spawning.
Dragon up and available, and the pit is absolutely in the favour of Paragon. Just going to be able to take this one down nice and easily. No real response. We've got multiple people hanging around in the top lane, but there's not really anything to do here other than steal away a couple of camps for Dunlossy. Paragon, they stop the Drake stacking in its tracks. Now they're going to head towards mid lane, try to stop that push.
I mean, you can... I mean, you don't really have to either. I mean, Aaron Fresh is doing so much, but Snapix says, nah, we got to go ahead and throw down a little bit against the opponent. Drippy Darren's still sitting about 50% and needs to go ahead and recall and get back in position. It really does. You pointed this out earlier, the difference in where that gold is. Screw that it looks even total. We have to look where those wallets are fattest, and it is on Refresh and Saber. We are waiting for either of those two to either dictate where their team plays or whether they themselves are just trying to be that playmaker.
Hey, you have to be the person who can step up in this situation, and unfortunately, trying to step up as a Lucian into this composition that Paragon have picked up for themselves it doesn't go well. Let's just put it at that. It does not go well as a Lucian. You've got that rapid fire cannon in order to just give you a little bit of extra range on the initial bit of poke. Definitely a good decision, but still, you need to be able to step up to fully land all of the damage that a Lucian has, and it's really tricky to do in this composition. As we're seeing second items completed on pretty much everyone here, you can see how stepping up just becomes less and less of an option when Snipex can just stop any potential recall that you have. You can't dash away because you've got that steadfast presence available, and that's being said for quite a lot of the champions on Belfast as well. Still though, if you can get into these one-on-one, two-on-two kind of situations as Saber, that's where you can really pop off. This Lucian can deal a ton of damage into single targets if you manage to land as much of the culling onto them as possible.
I mean, as long as that target is not Refresh. Like, let's cut Refresh out
maybe
of this current possible. But it also leads into the favor of, yes, Saber can even duel Timbertopper, who we labeled as one of the matchups that we wanted to watch against Limsey. And honestly, that 3-1-1 score was earned from the early stages of the game, right? Timbertopper got that earlier on, and now we are still waiting for it to pop off. Shin also hoping for a chance to pop off, now hiding in the bush, getting ready to stack up that Fury, but it's not really happening. Refresh playing in and out of that tower, waiting for the rest of the team to come up, and now they're going to dash. Repel not really going to land. And it is going too slow. The rest of the team is moving up for Belfast Storm, though. 3 currently converging and Refresh, getting information for the rest of the team, saying, okay, I can't follow through on that.
You can see this matchup, which was so dominant during the early stages of the game, has stabilized a little bit. All you really needed was that first item onto Shin. Now he's in a good enough position to just sit back. Now has completed that Shojin as well. So now this Renekton is a genuine backline threat. If you can get into the backline, yeah, you're probably not going to be able to 100-0 anybody. Unless, I guess, you sit right on top of Lasp. So then you probably do get yourself a kill. But you're just needing to disrupt. Stop Lasp and Timbertopper from being able to just sit there and auto-attack. Be able to throw through those piercing arrows and send off those rockets. If you're able to do that, then you are doing your job more than well enough. Refresh is going to want to split push as much as possible. Definitely got a build that could just shred through towers on side lanes, but also with so much of the team's gold concentrated onto Refresh, not having him around for these team fights puts you at a pretty big disadvantage.
And that's actually what Belfast Storm are looking for. You can see it. As long as you have information on where Refresh is, you can push. You can go ahead and get in their face. And that's what is going to be the main thing for me at this point, right? Because at this point we have established Drippy Darren is still in the volatile stage. It's not every hook is danger. It really depends on the person, and that should not change. It really is Refresh. That's the main game changer. Right now, Belfast Storm have eyes on the top side, meaning as long as we full stack a majority share of our members, we can go in and at least set up some traps. You can see the wars currently being placed inside of that Baron pit. Has one right now. They're sitting on a pink, and then one over the wall just to try and get this catch, which honestly Dunlosi really does need. We've seen Dunlosi not really find the perfect angles in, and therefore has been a little bit worried. But of course, with the step up, that Glacial Prison is going to be thrown down and actually misses. So Belfast Storm tried to pull the trigger, not a Summoner Spell lost, and now actually getting aggressed on last. Going ahead and laying out the Chain of Corruption, says thank you very much. Look at the culling though. This Lucian is doing work, and then a double tap on the back of the head for Drippy Darren. Drops him down to about 50%.
Top though.
Where else is the fight? And yeah, top side. We didn't even show it because we can't. That's the 5th bag that Shin has been turned into. The Croc bags are unfortunately selling like hotcakes. And Paragon are just chilling, right? They deny that engage from Dunlosi, and they say we'll take a kill on top.
And you can see just the snap decision making. Hey, survive mid, we'll go get another kill top lane. Sure, the Renekton wasn't giving you the most in this game. There doesn't have the most individual gold in his back pocket, but beyond that, just another member off of the board. Now they're potentially looking to try to find an engage in the mid lane. That arrow hurts quite a lot. Drippy Darren, you can tell he really wants this TP coming in.
TP. Yeah, this is actually planning out to be a pretty big fight. Refresh is looking for the back line, and that's just trying to run interference. Limsey is trying to do the best, but they will trade out 1-for-1. Timber with the package is going to come in, close them off, and the Chain of Corruption comes out again. Dunlosi trying to run away, but Timber is possibly dead. Out they jump. Refresh says, give me that support, but no, it will be Refresh. That goes Godlike. Now pinned against the wall on the backside. Shin will fall as well. Paragon washed that fight in a surprising engage. What a TP!
Double TPs right there, just snapping their fingers and saying, hey, we want this fight right now. Refresh first, then Timbertoper into the backline with that package to just burn everybody to the ground. And it went from 0 to 100 so quickly. You did not expect that fight to happen, but you could see the setup was there. Paragon were waiting. Belfast, they stepped up in a situation where they thought they had control. They just done a ton of damage with Saber, but you're not able to. It was a 4v5 because Shin had been killed before that fight even started. They pick up the Baron for themselves as Paragon, and now they're in prime position to pick themselves up another Drake. You are going to get a recall right here out of Refresh. I think he's got a ton of gold on him. Yep, going to be able to pick himself up that Sterax. Oh boy. This is disgusting.
Yeah, this dragon also feels very dangerous. I love the fact that you pointed out the game has kind of exploded into that 100 miles per hour game, or kilometers, we'll say. Because Paragon is just like, yeah, we took over. We're 17-8. We now have an extensive gold lead, and we now have all of our players pretty much on the right side, meaning these hooks are more dangerous, and we don't even have to fight around dragon. We can draw you to wherever we want, and Belfast Storm are the ones kind of in a desperate scenario. Where do we find the pick? Where do we find the kill? Saber, yes, if you get the fight, that's great. However, you need that front line to help you out, and I'm really looking at Limsey to get that done. Snapex might be the one who walks into this death rush, and they're just dead, but look at the team, they're pushing. They're just trying to end. I love it. They are going. We have Bear. What are you guys doing? We can see the recalls coming in now, but Belfast Storm, there's still 2 on the Baron. I think they need everyone. Saber is their main damage dealer. In comes that Dominus, who is going to try and hang on, but look at that. They're just pulled in. They're sectioned out. They're dead. That's game, I think. Paragon, Refresh sends it forward. Nexus Tower 1 falls. Paragon feel like they can end it right here, but unfortunately the minions are not with them. Because of that, they have to back away. Limsey trying to get a stun, does on top of Timotopper, but the jump away. Glacial Prism misses for the 2nd time in a row. Belfast Storm made a call. Yes, they got the dragon. Yes, they're on Soul Point, but their base is starting to become shambles.
Yeah, getting Soul for your Nexus is not necessarily a good trade. So much aggression coming out from both of these teams. Belfast, they really wanted to go do the play, the normal play. Dunlossi's just going to get jumped on and chunked out right here. I think that Limsey needs to run too.
Yeah, this is such a dangerous death, right? You can't let this happen. Limsey doesn't even get to execute. You get nothing. We were talking about this, right? You can't die right now. No. Belfast thought that they had an opportunity, and they do not. Timber is trying to run afterwards. I mean, really, what can you get here? You're Saber, you are a Lucian as well, and the Chain of Corruption does go out, but last, it's on such a short cooldown. Culling going across, Baron up, super powered minion. It's not going to happen. Meanwhile, on the bot side, it is round number 8, and 8 goes a loss. Shin is dead for the 8th time, 44 seconds on that death time.
Oh man, this game is just really, really rough for Shin. Shin's not been having a terrible performance throughout the rest of this tournament, but Teleport's coming in.
Oh my gosh.
Paragon just want to end this one.
I mean, they can't, right? Shin is down. You have a massive extensive lead, and Limsey is up, but what's Limsey going to do? You're 3-5-2. That's me to jump in, refresh, sensible. Oh my god, the package! That wasn't a package, that was a missile. That was a single R ability, and that's going to be the next tower going down. This is the last attempt. Belfast's going to try to do their best, but unfortunately, I don't think it's where refresh goes into the back line. Timur cannot cleanse the Hextech ultimatum. You are down. The Nexus is open, and it will be GG Paragon. Grab their second win of the season.
Two in a row right there for Paragon. Oh man, I am so happy to see this team finally find their footing. I've been following these guys for a while. Maybe there's a little bit of bias. That watching them win makes me a very, very happy man. But seeing Timurtopa in the mid lane, I think he's best there. I think it's great that he can play all across the map, and I don't think he's bad at any of the roles, but mid is his best. And that Corki performance, I think, really showed up. Some of those packages, some of those just rockets, dealing so much, really good positioning as well. But more than that, Refresh, he's been really struggling. I think he's been not the worst, but the one who's been having the toughest time, perhaps, on this Paragon team, and that was surprising to me, because I thought Refresh was the best player on the entire team. And now all of a sudden, he has one of those performances. That's the kind of performance where, after you have it, you can step back and go, yo, no, I am good. I can play these matchups. A real confidence booster.
And that falls to the rest of the team as well. When you have a good player that may be going through that energy kind of loss, hey, maybe I'm not playing as well to my potential. This is what you do. You send reinforcements in the game. Because, yes, Refresh had an amazing game. But let's not talk about the fact that you got 4 ganks.
Yeah.
Some people call it camping. I call it getting an advantage. It was so good. You understand your strengths. Huge props to the Poppy pickup. It was a solid decision. You knew exactly where to go. The entirety of Paragon, their entire game shifted, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that was going to be a solid Corki performance, but it just got outshone. I'm so sorry. And looking at the likes of Belfast Storm, there were some moments. We gotta talk about it. There were some slip-ups there that you and I saw that we just went, it made us curl up a little bit.
Just a couple of situations where members of Belfast were just stepping out of line up too far. I mean, top lane, it went wrong. Shin tried to get himself back into that game, but at some point, okay, that's not going to happen. But the rest of the composition, if you don't have that top lane being stable, how much can your Lucian Milio really do? We saw how individually strong they were, even in 2v3s, still being able to pop off, but the teleports, constantly getting behind into the backline, you didn't really have that protection. Milio is good at making a Lucian do more, but is not good at being able to keep the Lucian alive, so I don't know. I think there were moments where Belfast maybe could have pulled ahead in that game, but it just never really felt like they had control.
Yeah, and that control is something that we do need to deep dive into if we want to see Belfast Storm try and climb the ranks in the last few games of the season. Same with the likes of Paragon. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the amazing Dust to break down how this game turned out.
Definitely one for Paragon to... Oh, just realized I haven't been on mute on Discord, so my co-hosts couldn't hear me, but now they can. Yeah, definitely one to remember for Paragon. They, a couple weeks back, were bottom of the leaderboard, but they're slowly but surely crawling their way back up, and I'm really, really here for it. We were talking about it going in. Honestly, I want to say unexpected star of the show there, Refresh on that Cassante. What the hell was happening?
His Cassante went crazy.
Yeah, it was the way that Cassante was hookshotting off the walls, man. It was it was bonkers.
Crazy Cassante.
But, I know. But the thing that I love about this, and it seems to be the whole bottom half of the league, all of them are now surging. They're now all getting things in line. They're starting to gel as teams, and they're scrapping against each other way harder than they were before. Paragon as well has a very comparatively easy schedule of the next few weeks, so I'm expecting them to pick up a few more wins if they're going to keep playing like this. But all of our lower level teams are now starting to get in gear, and the top level teams are still scrapping it out and having problems of their own at times, so it definitely is not a solved league just yet.
Yeah, definitely isn't. Everything feels like it's in flux at the moment, and that's exciting, right? We'd much rather that than a league where it's all very dominant one way. And I do actually remember noticing before Paragon picks up their first win, all of their losses were to the people who are sitting at the very, very top of the tree.
Yeah.
But now they're kind of matching up against everyone who's like not in the first, second slots. They are showing that they have earned their right to be here at Four Nations. Definitely a fun match to watch, and very much a sweep. By the time I got around to Baron, we just kind of sitting in the cool like, this feels like a solved game. This feels like one where it's kind of like, it's a little bit wrapped up. It needs a miracle, and a miracle just unfortunately wasn't what happened. So Doctor, but while we brew up the first replay, what do you think could have, like, what did Belfast just miss out on? That if they had like made a little of adjustments, was there anything that they could have done to pull it back?
Yeah, they missed out on having an unpredictable jungler, baby. Woo-hoo! He finally doesn't get away with it. Because, yeah, off the back of this first blood, I think it's over for Paragon. We come here, and boom, Refresh uses Hookshot. And I'm looking at this and like, fellas, it's not great.
Yeah.
He's playing Camille versus Renekton. He's got Hookshot level 1. It's not going to do a lot for him in that matchup. And if the clip were to extend, you would then see what happens. Shin goes up top, pulls the wave on Renekton. Yeah. It's like, the Sejuani's pathing straight into you, maybe even just starting red and going straight there. It's not looking good. Something happens off camera, and ends up that it's Flash is lost, Ignite is lost from Shin. Oh no, the Ignite is lost from Refresh. The Flash is lost from Shin. Shin TP's back. The second this happens, Dunlossie is clearing bot side. I'm like, fellas, it's not good. Shin is gonna he's gonna stack. He's TP'd back. He's gonna stack a wave. Dunlossie's gonna just run from the bot side of the map to the top side, and he's going to dive him because it's Renekton Sejuani, and it's Dunlossie, and he's gonna get away with it again. And then he didn't! Lads, boys, Poppy turns up, counters the dive entirely, and then from there, we keep on sending the Poppy top. Refresh keeps on getting those kills. Shin can't play the game, and then nothing really goes Belfast's way for the next like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's one of those classic Tello scenarios where you just fall behind at the start, and then you find where the injury is, and you just keep on like reopening that wound, right? You don't let it kind of heal over. You're just like, okay, there's the weak point, strike it and strike it hot. And while Belfast wasn't like, they're trying to pull it back in the other lanes. They weren't putting that kind of pressure on. Okay, we need to repair what is broken. Unfortunately, it just spiraled and it got worse and worse and worse. We do have another team fight to look at as well, which kind of it shows off some of these carries in full potential as they really, really began to come alive.
Yeah, this is just when the game had started to go a bit wild. You can see Drippy Darren here on the Blitzcrank, flashes and grabs Limsey. For the second time this game, it manages to find a hook onto the Syndra that looks somewhat suspicious, but they will take that, and you can see that they're just unlocked once they have that first kill. Very hard to escape from this Paragon roster. The Corki with the W, the hook shots from Refresh, Poppy with the W, with the Steadfast Presence, locking any of these dashes from actually allowing the escapes to come through from Belfast. And when they have the lead, they have the confidence, and they have that opening kind of salvo into the fight. There's nothing really that can be done. Paragon are free to chase it down, and I love the confidence coming out of them. Even on these Corkis, we've seen 2 now today. Corki's getting very fed, Wing forward with abandon, straight into melee range, and it works out. You know, we love to see that.
I mean, it's always a great way to engage as Poppy that people just don't respect. As you see in the play there, Snipix ease the wave, just slaps on his W, boom, what are you going to do? Because everyone thinks they're safe from the Poppy, you know, they're playing around like the flash cooldown, they're playing around her max E range. You forget, Poppy can just E the minion, W, so that the Lucian can't dash out and whoever else was caught in there. And if you don't dash, or you don't try, you get hit with a Poppy ult, you get hit with the slow from her Q, and everyone collapses. And so it's just one of those things where you see, you know, Saber steps up, and he thinks like, yeah, it's probably fine, and then just boom, instant punish by a CC that didn't hit you, and an ability that just draws a circle around a champion that you were too far away from anyway.
Yeah, well, the standings have been mixed up quite a bit now coming out of this week. It's cool. It's like the past 2 weeks have changed everything, and that is the beauty of round robin. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is a 2 times round robin, so everyone on this bracket actually plays against each other twice in this phase of the bracket. So this isn't the final standings. Lions Creed may be 6-0 up at the moment, but that very much could change, and we are seeing change indeed. These names are all shifting across the board, and I think anything could happen in the coming weeks. These standings are about to get messy, and I think that's the best possible timeline.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I coming into the start of this week, I did not expect Nuclear Vikings to be at the bottom of that mid pack. I did not expect Lion's Creed to be at the top of the top pack. You know, both of these things I thought were gonna go the opposite way. I thought Venom Crest were looking way more stable. I'm gonna be able to take the win today. You know, Lion's Creed have already found the win over Ruddy, so they've now definitively secured themselves at the top. But there is now that big gap opening up, and as much as I've said that these lower level teams are starting to get in gear and they're starting to show a bit more and they're starting to get more wins on the table, there is still, because they're all scrapping amongst each other and no one's able to get a consistent string of wins off, there is a big gap opening between them and the top three. So your chance of a round 1 bye, there's only one slot realistically left. They do have another whole round robin to go, but a 3-game gap is pretty significant even at this level when we're not able to discern who's the actual strongest out of that pack. You imagine they're going to be trading some more wins back and forth for the rest of the split.
Yeah, you totally assume so. I have one last thing to go over with you two. Something I like doing when it's the final game of the day, when we're closing out the entire broadcast. I like to ask what your takeaway from the 2 matches has been, personally, or in terms of the league, or as you as a player. Me personally, if I'm on any of these teams, just ban Corki, get that thing out of here. I don't want to see it for the rest of this tournament series. I think we're done with it. I think anytime it's on the field, it's just panic and disaster. Just get it gone. Doctor, what about you?
My takeaway is that Dunlossie didn't get away with it.
I knew it.
And he may not get away with it again, boys. He's going to have to figure something out.
Yeah. He's the champion, man. That's champion Dunlossie getting opened up by SnapX this game. Kind of grim. But I agree with your point about Corki, Alex. I was just thinking, like, surely this is a counterable champion. Like, I feel like this is a counterable champion. Am I wrong? Like, we're trying. There's Jace's going into it. They're losing the games. There's Syndra's. They're losing the games. I don't know what the problem is here. Maybe we just need to get some Zed players back in the mix or something. But someone's got to start punishing these Corki players because they can't keep getting away with it. And I will say I much preferred when we were doing Hwei mid. I find that way more interesting. And I guess my takeaway is it's not that we should ban Corki, it's that we should just remember what beats this champion. Don't just give it the lane. Don't just Azir matchup into it. Just go off piste, alright? Leave the meta behind. The Corki is too good. Find the answer for it. If it's an assassin, pick an assassin and build the rest of the comp. There's so many AP tops and jungles that are good right now. Pick something AD assassin in the mid and just kill the Corki 7 times in lane.
Yeah, I like that a lot, honestly. The thing I was on is to take away my like more jokey pick, goes to the real one. I'm seeing a lot of people like slam blind picks, and it's like, especially people are slamming the more like counter heavy champs in blind pick range, and it's like, oh, almost like I want to see people beating each other out in the draft picking phase more. If you think someone's really gonna send that Corki and you don't want to ban it, let them go for it first. Let them do the blind pick, and then just go like, okay. Done. I'm gonna hit my option and it's out of here. But so a lot of good takeaways. Cool. Unless production's gonna shout in my ear and tell me that we have done this completely wrong, I'm gonna say I believe that draws this production to a close.
They can't stop you.
Yeah. Cool. So thank you all so much for coming by. I've been Dallas. I've been joined by Doctor and Trajan. Definitely go check them out. Beautiful people, lovely, incredible. Known them for a day, and I'll do anything for them. So thank you for coming by, and we'll see you soon.
We gonna